Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is our regular meeting for March 14, 2023. Let's start off with announcements and updates from the board. I'd like to start off with an announcement. Donnell O'Neill asked me to announce that we are gearing up for this year's Juneteenth celebration on Monday, June 19. And both town departments as well as private businesses and nonprofits who desire to have a booth at the Juneteenth celebration should contact Devin Fields as soon as possible so that we can plan things earlier rather than later. So thank you. Any other announcements or updates from the select board? Seeing none, let's Mike, did you have something?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I think it's worth mentioning that Miriam is overseas and therefore she's unable to join.
Good point. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to public comment. John, do you want to give the instructions?
Very good. Thank you for joining us for public comment. It's an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. We encourage you to refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. And we'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. So you should please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who is first on tonight's list?
The first question for the chair to consider is there's a request to make a public comment about the ballot questions, but that person is unable to be here for the public hearing. Do you want to hear that now?
Yes, let's hear it now. I mean, unless anyone objects on the select board. I mean, I think we should give people an opportunity to state their views. Okay, who is that?
It's Neil Gordon.
Okay.
You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you, Devin. And thank you for accommodating me. I've got advisory at 7 o'clock. I'm Neil Gordon, Precinct 1 Town Meeting member and a member of the Advisory Committee. The Advisory Committee Public Safety Subcommittee met yesterday evening to discuss the police department budget. Late last week, we met to review the fire department. Shortly, the Administration and Finance Subcommittee will be meeting to review the IT department budget. At both Public Safety Subcommittee meetings, I noted an issue I've expressed to this board before, a provision within the proposed override to adequately fund townside union contracts. I add to that a recommendation we voted last night to increase the police training budget, which we consider necessary for both the safety of our officers and of the public. Lastly, I anticipate a possible request for additional IT funding over cybersecurity concerns. I'm not here to argue priorities. I do ask that in considering the detail behind override ballot questions, that you provide sufficient flexibility to allow the advisory committee and town meeting the opportunity to reach its own conclusions on budget priorities. Yes, the voters, of course, need to know what they're voting on. I just ask that you consider providing a level of flexibility rather than definitive earmarks. So the town meeting, a third of whose members are on the ballot in May, can do more than just vote up or down on an essentially fully baked FY24 budget. I thank you for your time and thank you for letting me speak outside of the hearing. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Susan Podziba. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to present to you. I'm here to speak about the Lower Washington Complete Streets project. I think it's a wonderful project. However, it has created an orphan of the final 1/10 of a mile of Washington Street. The project is a $28 million project funded by state and federal funds at $2 million per 1/10 of a mile. And the last 1/10 of a mile has been orphaned. We are not looking to threaten those monies. We want that project to go forward. However, we are asking you to augment the budgets. This is something that happens all the time in federally funded projects. The local governments can augment the funds to increase the project. So we're asking you to find funds to augment the current design work that's being done to be able to extend those monies to the last 1/10 of a mile of Washington Street, and then to find monies for the construction of that either before or during the time when the lower part of Washington Street is being done. It can certainly be said that the last 1/10 of a mile of Washington Street is the piece that suffers the most from safety issues. We had a woman killed in a crosswalk on Downing Street, and all of the kids from our neighborhood need to cross Washington Street to get to the Driscoll School. We have lots of bikers, we have senior citizens, and it really is an unsafe situation. So once again, I'm going to ask you to find somewhere in the budget augmentation funds for both the design and construction of the final 1/10 of a mile for the Washington Street project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Felina Silver Robinson. I'm just going to check to see if she is with us. And I don't see her in the attendee list at this time. There are 31 virtual attendees and none in person. Oh,
Okay, thank you.
there is someone who's raised their hand, Alec Leibowitz. You've been promoted to a panelist. If you have a general public comment to make, now is the time. If you have one on the ballot questions, that's at 7:15.
Yeah, thanks, Devin. Just one quick general comment, and I'll reserve my comments on the other questions for later. I just wanted to speak tonight in support of the statement that was issued last week by the Brookline Commission on Disability regarding in-person town meeting. I'm a member of the TMMA executive board, and on their behalf have been reaching out to some of our constituents, the current town meeting members, about the prospect of the return to in-person town meeting. Many of my colleagues have expressed to myself and others that they are uncomfortable or just flat out unable to return to an in-person town meeting. This is particularly true for many of our colleagues with young children, many senior members, and for members with disabilities or those vulnerable to COVID infection. With the state legislature poised to extend the window for remote town meeting options, I wanted to strongly encourage the select board to prepare to take action enabling a remote option for the May town meeting in order to ensure that all town meeting members are able to safely and comfortably participate in our democratic process. And I'll leave it at that, and thank you for your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Felina Silver Robinson. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Good evening, everyone. Dear Select Board members, I'm speaking to you tonight in support of the promotion of Acting Chief Jen Pastor to Chief. She has created successful programming within the department. She has further been and continues to be active within the community. She is well supported and respected by all those around her. She makes sure to teach her staff all that is needed to do their jobs effectively, as well as keeping them safe. Please keep in mind the acting chief, Jen Pastor, grew up in Brookline, which is why she is more than dedicated to its success. I was a member of the group that put forth our former Chief Gonzalez. However, I had stated my desire from the beginning to hire our now current acting chief, Jen Pastor, who was one of the finalists at the time. But there was a pushback from Raul Fernandez and our then town administrator, Mel Kleckner. They encouraged other members of the group to push towards an outsider. They made it clear that they did not want a townie to do the job. It is clear that it makes more sense to have someone who already has a relationship with its community, as well as has the ability to work well with their staff. I urge each of you to really think about what would be right for our town and its people. We need stability, and that can be obtained with the permanent placement of acting chief Jen Pastor as chief. Also keeping in mind that we've gone through this process before and we did not get what we hoped to get. There's no saying that it would not guarantee the same result that we had before. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin, are there any more comments?
At this time, there are 33 virtual attendees and none in person. I don't see any requests for further public comment.
Okay. Mr. Carey, if you want to make any comment regarding the budget request, you can, or we can just deal with that later on.
I think we can, I want to take the time with the Department of Public Works and answer that more fully, because
Great, thank you.
it is obviously are you referring to the comment that Mr. Gordon made regarding the?
No, the comment regarding the last 1/10 of a mile of
The last 10th of a mile.
Washington. And
Yes, that is obviously, it's an area where DPW has done a lot of work and concern on that front. We will obviously circle back to the select board on that front and make sure the public is aware of what's being done there as well.
Okay, I consider that an answer to the person's comment. Okay, moving along. Question of approving the meeting minutes of March 7th. They are not ready yet, so I'd like to defer that to a later date. Next, we have on the miscellaneous calendar, question of approving authorization to hire a senior clerk in the Water and Sewer Division, and question of approving the project scope agreement for the Pierce School. This is an agreement that we asked to be extended to allow us to have our debt exclusion vote in May, and it was approved by the MSBA on December 21st. So this is just the need to finalize this agreement that we've already committed to. So unless there are any questions regarding those two items, I'd like to call for a vote of approval of items 3B and 3C. Yes.
I have a question.
John.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes,
thanks.
go
I
ahead.
didn't know whether you could see my hand up.
Yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt. And it's on 3C. Do you want to take 3B and then we'll get to 3C? What do you want to do?
Do you have a major comment or a question, or is it just information?
Well, I had a question about some of the information that is in the project scope.
Okay, let's take that separately. Okay, all in favor of item 3B, please indicate by saying aye. John,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Okay, so what is your question regarding 3C, project scope agreement?
So in this project scope agreement, which I recommend folks take a look at it. It's attached to the materials for tonight's meeting. There's two different figures that are given on two different lines as the total project. Well, one says project budget, and then the other one says total project budget. And I'm just wondering, how do we interpret the two different numbers? The project budget says 202,534,598. The total project budget says 211,915,958. Is there anyone who can, who's here for this meeting, who can sort of just enlighten us as to the difference between those two numbers and which one is, from the perspective of what we're going to be voting on come, the ballot, which of these is the number?
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that could address that? And the number is going to be what's on the ballot question, which is let's see, where is it?
The ballot question doesn't have that attached. Melissa this just popped in.
Hi, John. Can you repeat your question? Because I just got in from commuting home, so I just want to make sure you're wanting to know about the dollar amount on the warrant, or?
Oh, no, I'm just wondering what the explanation is for there being two different numbers. One of them, excuse me, called the project budget number, which is 202 million, 0.5. And the other one called the total project budget number, which is 211 million, 0.9.
So I'm not sure what document you have. I know that when we're talking about MSBA reimbursement, we have our feasibility and schematics, which is a separate appropriation for $2 million, and then the overall project budget for construction. So if you give me a minute to look at the packet, I can look at what you're referencing if you want to give me the page number.
Yeah, sure. It's I think there's only two pages in this, right? Or maybe three. It's at the bottom of the document. The last two sections of the document that not the absolute bottom, but just before it says by signing this total project budget you'll see the one that says total project budget 211 million, 0.9, and then if you scroll up, you'll see the one that says project budget 202.5 million.
But Melissa, does that relate to the fossil fuel free addition that we will add if the bids come in low enough, or is that something else?
I was under the impression that the project budget was set, that those were the numbers that I put into the CIP. I didn't think it was going to change again beyond that. And I believe that the warrant actually includes the number that ties to the CIP for the project budget. So
The
I would have to-
the contract itself says that total project budget means a complete and full enumeration of all costs, including both hard and soft costs the district reasonably estimates has been or will be incurred in connection with the planning, design, construction, development, mobilization of the operation, and the completion of the project. So it's I think that includes, that's your everything that could possibly be considered to be Pierce related is the total project budget.
And the authorization that's on the warrant is the 209,915,958. That's what's going to be on the warrant for town meeting to vote, which represents the full project budget. And then as the MSBA reimbursements come in, that'll automatically reduce the bond authorizations.
And I'm sorry, could you just repeat that number? I didn't hear it.
Sure. 209,915,958.
Great. Thank you. That's like 2 million less than the 211. So I'm sure there's a reason for that, but
I think it's because of the feasibility and schematics, which were previously voted by town meeting as a separate appropriation.
got it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. So are we ready to vote on item 3C?
Yep.
Okay, I move approval of item 3C, question of approving the project scope agreement for the Pierce School. All in favor? John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, moving along to our main calendar. Item 5, Police Chief Search Update. Mr. Carey.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the community for your patience and your continued support of the department during this search period. I want to update the community because I know we are now in mid-March, and this is the timeline for which we said we would have a final decision. We are very close to a final decision, pending only the remaining background checks and reference checks that must be completed. It is my intention to announce the recommendation to the select board for the selection of a candidate in their packet for next week, which goes out on Friday. That will allow them to authorize a vote on whether to enter into negotiations with that candidate. And they'll have the opportunity to have a full and fair consideration of that candidate at that time. So I understand that this process has been lengthy. I understand that it has generated a lot of community questions and concerns, and I really appreciate a lot of the community outreach that has been dedicated and heartfelt on this subject. It has really been an experience for the broader community to think about the concerns of the department. I want to give special solicitation in this instance to the Brookline Police Union, who have made their opinions clear in public and in private, but have also been very courteous and direct in allowing this process to play out so that a fair and complete result is reached. I think that speaks really to the professionalism of the department and its membership, that while it has an opinion and it has expressed that opinion, it is also provided the opportunity for that process to play out effectively. So I want to thank the leadership of that union and indeed the entirety of the department. I know how difficult it is to go sit and wait for a process like this to conclude. But as I have said repeatedly to the community, the aim of this process is to ensure that the person sitting in that chair is there in a way that is not collaterally attackable. I also want to thank the 5 community members who have served and have completed their service as members of an advisory panel to me in making this final determination. I would say to each of those members individually and as a body, your work, it was exemplary. You spent long hours and a lot of time working through the community's concerns and the real thought about what is best for Brookline. And I think the discussions that we had from people of all different walks of life, from different backgrounds, with different ideas of what policing could be, I could not have asked for a more civil and intelligent and just collegial discussion. I think all of us learned a lot from each other. And I think we have actually made I hope you go out into the community and make it stronger with that understanding that we all have had in our discussions. So thanks to each and every one of you individually. I will just say one last thing, which is I have noticed over some of the time in this process that there have been, I think perhaps out of maybe an overexuberance or an overabundance of feeling on the subject, efforts made to influence my decision on the subject that I would say have crossed a line. And I think that is really unfortunate because that does not represent the entirety of the community. But when things like that happen, obviously they cast a long shadow, at least in my understanding. There's things that I take away, even though I have received nothing but respectful and detailed recommendations from many different candidates, from many different members of the community. It is just really unfortunate to occasionally come across that advocacy that crosses a line into what could potentially be intimidation or just a real sense of unfortunate closed-mindedness. And I would just strongly encourage the broader community to focus on the positives here and the positives of the discussion and move away from a more negative atmosphere on that front. I really don't think, for example, it's appropriate to file a Freedom of Information Act request targeting certain members of the committee, of the panel, that you think, and I emphasize you think, have different views than you do. 1, you're mistaken. 2, that is inappropriate. And then, just general advocacy that I think crosses a line from you should do this to you must do this. I just think that is not a way of conducting ourselves that we have come to expect in this community. So again, I really am extremely grateful to the vast majority of the community for the wonderful efforts that you have made, grateful for your patience, and I look forward to concluding this process with a public announcement on Friday and a potential select board vote next Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay. If I may just add, without knowing any of the details of what you're referring to, I'll just add that Brookline's a rough community. You lived in New York, you know about the Bronx. I don't know where you lived in New York, but it's brass knuckles. And in Brookline, maybe it's more polite brass knuckles. I don't know what's more polite than brass knuckles. I guess
Velvet knuckles.
velvet knuckles, whatever. We all have to put up with it, and you
That's
have,
true.
tough skin, and just ignore the foolishness. So, but anyways, that's
Absolutely.
just my opinion. Okay, let's move on. Department budget reviews for the Select Board, Finance Department, and Planning and Community Development Department. I assume we're starting off with, is it Charlie, are you handling the Select Board?
That's right, Bernard.
Okay. Well, do your thing.
All right, that sounds
And
great.
can I just mention that we have asked all departments to sort of structure their presentations so as not to overlap with advisory committee, among other things. And we've given them a number of questions that I think will be the structure of the presentation from each department. So
Hopefully I can model that for you and for everyone else, Bernard. Do you see the full screen, or do you just have the, hold on, I'm not sure if that's the right way I wanted to do that. What, are you seeing the
yeah, we're
full
seeing
presentation?
one page, one slide, and over on the right, there's a the next slide is
Also showing, okay, hold on. I might have a better way of doing this. Not sure why it's projecting it onto a separate screen, but something here.
the sort of index of the slides, I think, is what's showing up on the right-hand side on my screen.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to just do, there we go. All right, so thank you, Chair Green. Thank you, Mike and John and Miriam, who could not be here tonight. I just want to, before I get started, take a moment to acknowledge the fantastic staff we have in the Select Board's office. Chaz, Melissa, Devin, Tiffany, Tyler, and Rochelle. Really, ever since I started in October, have really continuously impressed me and inspired me to push myself to better serve the town. So thank you to all of those folks, and thank you to them for welcoming me and getting me on board. So the Select Board's FY24 budget. I'm just going to run through the numbers, and then I will go through a few slides that answer the questions the board had asked. Oop, I'm sorry. We have our budget here broken down into a few categories. Overall, it is a 2% increase, or about $20,000. The personnel category increases by what are essentially steps in longevity. The services category is increasing by $6,000 related to software maintenance costs, just the increase in cost for our boards and commissions software that we recently implemented, and that we have really, that has really augmented our ability to manage that information and manage boards and commissions. And then the supplies and other categories are going up because we are reducing our reliance on HCA funds to offset some of those expenses, just in anticipation of some of those funds, or the amount of those funds be available, reducing in the coming years. And finally, capital is going up by a small amount in order to keep up with the cost of our leased PCs and laptops. So in FY23, the Select Board's office has a lot going on, and there are certainly a number of accomplishments we could name, and some of the Select Board's accomplishments we could name, but we thought we would focus on sort of inside the department accomplishments that we thought were important. So we hired a new town administrator, we hired Chaz, and we hired into my position, myself, and made a couple of great changes, I think, to the deputy town administrator and what is now the assistant town administrator of operations. Melissa now has the title of deputy town administrator for policy and fiscal affairs, and Devin is now the assistant town administrator for operations. And I think we'll find that those enhanced responsibilities really reflect how much work they're putting in and how much time they're giving to the town. We actually reinstated quarterly department division head meetings, which I think faded away during the time of COVID. And we took a new focus on professional development in those meetings. So each quarter we meet with not just department heads, but division heads. And we've now been able to incorporate bringing in speakers This has been very successful, and as far as measuring the success of this, we've gotten a lot of positive feedback, not just from department heads, but from division heads who are feeling better about being connected to upper leadership. And finally, we executed ARPA Round 1 awards. We're still in the process of some of those, I think, and we moved forward with ARPA Round 2 process. Obviously, a lot of that work is being done by the ARPA Review Committee, but we feel proud of the work we're doing, and that Tyler in particular is doing to usher those along in an orderly fashion. So what are our goals for FY24? Again, there are probably a number of select board goals we could include here, but as far as our office goes, one of the main things we're going to be doing or looking to do in FY24 is administer ARPA Round 1, finish administering it, administer ARPA Round 2, and try to close those out in a way that ensures success for all of the projects that are awarded under them. I think that's really the goal here of the department as far as ARPA goes, to make sure the funds are spent to their highest and best use, and in a way that complies with the rules and regulations around those funds. We're going to continue to work to improve our boards and commission software. Last year we implemented it, and this year there's still quite a bit of work to be done, cleaning up the data in the system, making it more useful to us, and making it more reliable. And finally, even though there's an item in the override to restore a position that would be a potential communications, community engagement person in our department, even without the override, we would like to take steps to improve the office's communications and engagement strategies. A few ways we could do that would just be improving our consistency in posting on social media. We could consider a change to our agenda management software. And we have some other ideas that are in early stages that could help us work towards that goal. So are there any new initiatives we'd like to undertake with this current budget? I think we are going to continue our work with professional development in those quarterly department division head meetings, expand on them if we can. We're going to look at those communications aspects of our services that I had just mentioned. As far as FTE changes go, you are seeing here a half FTE reduction. What's actually happening is we're moving around the licensing functions in the office to potentially relieve some of the work that Melissa and Devin have done around cannabis licensing, and move those to other folks in the department. And so overall, we don't expect service delivery to change, but there is a slight change in the number of FTEs. And finally, without budget constraints, how would our priorities change? I think our priorities would remain the same, but our ability to address those would increase potentially significantly. The first area would be in communications and engagement. We still think, I think Chaz and Devin and Melissa and I are all very much on board with improving the way the department communicates. If we had an unlimited budget or had no budget constraints, of course we'd hire the position we're looking to. We may hire more positions designed to facilitate communications and engagement. We would expand on our budgeting and fiscal oversight capabilities. We could certainly do with more help analyzing and overseeing the budget as much as we do the best we can now. We would expand on our licensing capabilities and our oversight there. We would expand on our resident services, which ties into communications and engagement, but could tie into other things like potentially being able to better inform people on how they can take part in different aspects of town government, and expand upon our ability to outreach and bring people in. And finally, new urban mechanics is something that's being discussed in places like Boston for the past several years, but what it really refers to is government innovation. It's something that the department does on its own, seeking ways for the town to be able to provide its services better or differently. But with no budget constraints, we would certainly bring people on board, conduct studies to see if we could do that more effectively, to see if we could, look at each department individually, for example, in different ways that we could change the operations or improve the operations. So I think that's how we would reorganize our priorities, but more importantly, expand upon what we can do with them if we had no budget constraints. So those were the slides I had prepared for the select board. As I said, it is an overall increase of 20,000 or 2%. If the board has any questions about anything we just mentioned, or if I didn't answer any questions effectively, let me know how I can help.
Okay, thank you. First of all, questions from the select board. I'd like to ask, or just note that in addition to the professional staff's objectives mentioned by Charlie Young, in the budget book are an extended list of objectives, including number that the select board is pushing. I think there's a little need for editing to just sort of update some of the terms, but I urge people to look at that to get a sense of how the select board is thinking about our goals and initiatives that we may be looking to implement. And of course, any comments you have would be are always appreciated. So, any rate, any other comments or questions from the select board? John.
Thanks, Charlie. Well, I just want to flatter some folks and say that, as Charlie himself mentioned, this has been a year of incredible transition at the in the administrative staff of the town from the top down. And we have been fortunate, if people haven't figured this out already, I think maybe they have. We've been very fortunate in terms of the people who we have found to fill vacant slots in the administrative structure. We've been extremely fortunate in the people who have stayed with us in the administrative structure. And I get the sense over and over and over again, from day to day, week to week, that there is a really strong team being born here. It's the new team. The former team, I'm not going to call it the old team, the former team was also very, very strong. But it's not easy to rebuild a team. And I see in real time a team being rebuilt, and I think it's coming together extremely well. So there's the flattery. And then the question intended not to be taken seriously is, where in the budget is the money for the pizza for when we, come when we have a meeting that starts early? That's one of the details somebody has to take care of. There are so many details that have to be taken care of by the people in this office. I think it would just astound everybody if they could sort of see the full range of things that have to be attended to. But this all looks good, and I like the look at sort of where the department is heading in terms of hopefully bringing on a communications person and elevating the importance of communication. I've been, kind of a vocal advocate for that, both in public, but also behind the scenes for quite some time now. So thank you for the presentation. And it's I would say it's a tight budget. I don't see a lot being added there, but I do hope that we get to add the communications person. That's my comment.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mike, you have anything?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate your presentation. It was quick or short, to the point, and very informative. Okay.
Excellent. Well, hopefully we modeled the presentation you were hoping for.
Right.
All right. Thanks very much, everybody.
Okay, next, we have the finance department. I think Lincoln Heineman is going to make a presentation for that department.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Lincoln.
As Chair Green said, my name's Lincoln Heineman, the finance director for the town. I know Devin's putting up some brief slides as well. So thank you for the opportunity to present the proposed fiscal year 24 budget, and in particular focusing in, again, as Charlie's presentation did, on the particular asks from the select board. Next slide, please. So I won't get into deep detail, but for members of the public who may not be fully familiar with it, there are 31 professional staff within the finance department, 4 divisions, assessing, the comptroller's office, purchasing, and treasury collection, each with specific roles as laid out mostly in statute and in the town's bylaws. So next slide, please. So with respect to accomplishments, so as the members of the board know, and many folks out in the public, I am also relatively new, quite new in coming into this role in November. We have had, the department as a whole certainly had some real accomplishments throughout fiscal year 2023 and before. I'll focus on 3 in particular. Certainly, we just learned within the last few weeks that for the town's upcoming $10.15 million bond issuance and smaller bond anticipation note issuance, that Moody's Investors Service has confirmed the town's AAA bond rating, allowing the town to borrow at the lowest rates possible out in the municipal world. As it notes on the slide in Moody's press release, reaffirming the AAA bond rating, we're looking at a stable outlook. They're pleased with our performance in the last several years, and in particular, focusing on, as Moody says, improving financial position that is bolstered by formal fiscal policies and strong management, and a manageable pension and OPEB liability. And I'd note in particular that the town should be, I think, particularly pleased in this interest rate environment that while interest rates are going up, as certainly I'm sure everyone on the call knows, as a result of the actions of the Federal Reserve to keep inflation in check. Nevertheless, the town is going out and doing its borrowing in the sale that just closed last week, that is up for the select board's review next week, at more than 1% less each than the federal funds rate. That is to say, the rate that banks are able to borrow overnight as set by the Federal Reserve. So it's certainly something we should be really pleased with. The town's debt issuance, the bond issuance, had interest from 15 bidders, which, if not a record, is very close to being a record. So the market remains very interested in Brookline's borrowing, in Brookline's debt, and is pleased with how the town is performing in that respect. Secondly, with respect, and really just wanted to touch on, pieces in each of the divisions here. In approximately a little bit less than a month ago, Dave Giannakakis and his team, the town's chief procurement officer, again closed at open bids and awarded a contract for, which is an annual process for fuel, specifically gasoline, heating oil, what's thought of as home heating oil, but we'd use in business in our buildings, of course, and for diesel, which of course is as a primary fuel in particular for DPW. There's those new prices per gallon for fiscal year 2024 are significantly less than the spot rate, that the spot price for each of those, the retail price at the close of February. In each case, less, more than $1.30 less than the price at that point. So certainly that is going to represent a significant savings for the town, undoubtedly. Certainly the retail price, as we all know, can fluctuate, but the significant lower prices per gallon that Dave and his team were able to gain through this competitive purchasing process, certainly a gain for the town, and also for many of our neighboring communities that also purchase off this joint purchasing contract. And then in assessing, this is sort of a little bit of an inside baseball thing, but certainly a significant efficiency for the assessing division. We have software that pulls down from the Norfolk Registry of Deeds on a monthly basis, all deeds are pulled down and entered into the assessing database so that when properties change hands, that the new owners are appropriately taxed. This information comes over in TIF files from the Norfolk Registry of Deeds. Most assessing offices do a manual process. Rashid Belhossein, our chief assessing officer, has been working to make that automated and has successfully made that automated so that it does not have to be a manual process. And just briefly, with respect to the metrics on each of these items, certainly, I think it's sort of self-evident for the AAA bond rating. That is to say, if bond rating agencies, how they rate us, Moody's, or as sometimes we use a Standard & Poor's. So that's sort of self-evident. With respect to the fuel contracts, I certainly touched on the monies that the reduced prices, the significantly reduced prices per gallon than the retail prices that we're seeing. And with respect to the software, in a process that had been, sometimes requiring manual intervention, and 50% of the deeds coming over, it is now fully automated, which is certainly an important efficiency. So next slide, please, Devin. For fiscal year 2024 goals, certainly, again, want to focus on the town's borrowing costs, particularly in the context of the fire station renovations that were approved by the voters. Projected $65 million in fire station renovations approved by the voters this past November. We know that there will be a debt exclusion override vote on the ballot in May for voters to consider. With as the meeting was discussing earlier, significant amount of projected debt. So certainly, while we're in a strange interest rate environment with an inverted yield curve, right? There are a lot of sort of strange things going on, so to speak, in the market, and of course, interest rates are higher for all borrowers than they were a year ago or 2 years ago. Certainly, we want to focus in on that goal of allowing the town to meet its borrowing needs at the lowest possible rate. With respect to the second key goal here, again, in assessing the means tested senior citizen tax exemption that was passed a few years ago as a request for special legislation by town meeting, was signed by the outgoing governor, was passed by the legislature, signed by the outgoing governor on January 5th. The assessing team and certainly the Treasury Collection Division will be very involved in ensuring complete implementation of that during fiscal year 2024. With respect to a metric on that, I think further fiscal years, that is to say fiscal years 2025 and further, will really be the key metric. And I think the metric that Rashid and I have discussed that we want to focus in on is, can we grow the number of people who are applying for that tax exemption over time, who are aware of it and apply for it? We really don't know what the baseline is because it's based on income. And, unless an applicant shares their income with us on the forms that the assessing office is creating, with the approval of the State Department of Revenue, really don't know what the baseline of eligible applicants would be. But again, in future fiscal years, we'll certainly seek to increase the knowledge of potentially eligible seniors to access those tax exemptions. And then again, with purchasing, within the last few weeks, I think members of the board know about the planned disparity study and the sheltered market program, which is allowed for in Chapter 30B, the state law that governs purchasing by municipalities for goods and services. So the city of Somerville has agreed to join with the town of Brookline to go out and seek bids for a consultant to see what the town may do within the law, within the state purchasing law, to focus on disadvantaged businesses to be able to more completely access the business that the town that the town does in goods and services. So certainly want to focus on that and ensure that we're doing everything we can. And again, I think it's exciting that Somerville wants to join with us to see how we can further encourage disadvantaged businesses to do business with the town. One piece that is fully in place in this past November 2022 is the disadvantaged businesses database that anyone can go and sign up on through a pretty simple form at workwith.brooklinema.gov. I think it's a really user-friendly database, unlike most purchasing databases, certainly the state one, and allows an avenue for disadvantaged businesses to better connect with the town, so they can have better access to possibly doing business with the town going forward. So that is in place, and a metric that the chief purchasing officer and I talked about is to increase the number of entities of businesses on that database who actually go through the sign up process, so that we have a greater breadth of business types who would be participating. And then new initiatives. So the included in the town administrators omnibus application to the ARPA submission review committee is some vehicles to further electrify the town's fleet. It's certainly something that again the purchasing agent in particular has been focused on, and again with the chief assessing officer Rashid Belosin touched on this earlier, but we certainly want to focus in on making sure that the existing tax exemptions, that is to say, both the means tested tax exemptions, but other tax exemptions that the town has that are based in state law, that more and different audiences know that they're out there and perhaps eligible to apply for them. So typically, for example, certainly Rashid has done a good job working with the senior center and getting that knowledge out. But one thing that Segal Reese, our public health agent, is working on, and that we certainly want to participate in, is going and having a booth at the Somerville Farmers Market, again, to try and reach different audiences to make sure that they know that there are tax exemptions available to them. And then finally, just to touch on the final pieces of the select board's memo, as far as planning on adding or subtracting personnel in this budget, there is within this budget no planned budget changes that reflect that. So that isn't operative in these budget numbers for finance. As far as budgetary limitations, so much of the finance department's work is laid out very prescriptively in state law, but certainly I'll just put in a little plug since the select board asked for it. In the operating override, again, certainly according this is up to the select board what's in there, but there are projected to be funds to bring some pay equity, in particular to middle managers, and that's certainly I think a really important piece, in particular for the finance department, to ensure that we're paying our middle managers, that is to say the folks in the organizational chart just below division heads, to make sure that we're retaining and attracting great people in those positions. So certainly happy to take any questions that the board and the public have.
Great, thank you, Lincoln. Mike, I see your hand is up.
Well, actually, I have two questions. First of all, I wonder, do you have a spreadsheet with the budget, the actual budget?
So not in this presentation. It is in the packet.
Right, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I was thinking about members of the public.
Yep.
I have a comment that I think applies to both the presentation that you made and the presentation that Charlie made, and I know that we still have community planning and development to speak to us, but in general, for departmental budgets, it's it's certainly very useful to hear what people want to do in the next year. But I also think that it would be useful for us and for department heads and people preparing those budgets to think about 3 to 5 years out, and what changes they see and what changes you see in the community needs, and think about what your department needs to do to adapt to in order to deliver that. We've had over the years, for example, you mentioned the purchase of electrified vehicles, and that's something that 10 years ago we wouldn't even have been talking about. And there are other examples of that, particularly around housing inequity, but not just there. So to the extent that you can sort of wrap your heads around what you might need 3 to 5 years out, I think that would be a great addition for the future. Thanks.
Thank you.
If I could just briefly add to that,
Yeah.
Selectman Salmon's question. I think certainly, so we're talking about in the goals for fiscal year 24
yeah.
to focus on making sure that residents, the taxpayers know about the existing tax exemptions. I think a big thing that Rashid and I have had a lot of conversations about are seeing what other tax exemptions we might be able to pursue, new ones in the future, particularly as as taxes rise, as we have, as the town's made investments in its schools and is likely to be making further investments in the schools and certainly in its fire stations, to ensure that we're doing everything we can to help taxpayers who are having trouble paying their taxes.
Yep. Okay,
Great, thank you.
that's actually a perfect example of looking forward and thinking about what you need to do, because there certainly is a demand. Not when we talk about housing, it's such a broad topic, but keeping current residents where they are to the extent possible is certainly a piece of that objective. Thanks.
Okay, before I call on John, just want to let people know that in the chat there is a link to both the total or whole interactive budget, as well as a link to the specific finance department budget that you can use to get deeper into the weeds of the budget. So, John.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lincoln, and welcome to Brookline. Referring back to what I said about the rebuilding of the team at the administrative office of the town. Another example, Lincoln coming to us, to fill an extremely important vacancy and hitting the ground running. Thank you again, Lincoln. Just a couple of questions on matters that interest me that I don't really have any questions about the budget per se, but I do have questions about whether within this budget you are confident that you have what you need to do a couple of things. And the first one I'm going to mention is fraud protection. How about that?
Yes, I do. I think, certainly there's both the internal fraud, oversight or seeking to stop fraud and to identify fraud. And that is certainly a primary, it is a role for the comptroller, it is a role for me, but it's also, of course, a role for all employees in the town and specifically in the finance department. But of course, also we have our professional auditors, and we have the State Department of Revenue that looks closely at our finances. It's there is. I don't think it's a question of more financial, more larger finances to fight fraud, but more about awareness and knowing and knowing what contributes to fraud, and awareness, knowledge rather than more monies, more funds.
Okay, I guess in particular, one of the two things that I think fall under this category, one would be cash handling. Again, it's something that becomes routine, but then maybe every few years needs to be looked at afresh. And no better person to look at it afresh than somebody who's, new to the operation. That's you. So I'll put that thought in your head. And also vulnerability of our systems to malware, vulnerability of our systems to all kinds of evil practices, like, phishing and, attempts to break into our systems to basically commit fraud, move money around. I'd love it if a year from now you were able to report back to us that as the new guy at the head of this finance department, you did a certain number of things to make sure we're tight as we can be in those areas. Because I don't want to shock people, but there are people out there who don't, have bad intentions towards municipal governments, and sometimes see them as particularly vulnerable targets for some kind of easy picking. Second question, or next question, has any of the story of the past couple of days of the Silicon Valley Bank caused you to take a look at how we're handling deposits of the town's funds?
It's certainly something I think that treasurer collectors, throughout the country, but specifically Massachusetts, we've been talking with each other about, over the last few days. The town have funds in, I think one way to address it is the fact that the town has funds in a diversity of different banks. So we are in no way in one financial institution. We are in many financial institutions, both larger and smaller. Obviously, the sort of mid-range regional banks are the particular concern right now with what's happened in the past week. It's something I've spoken with our contacts at, in particular, the regional banks that we do business with. They are a couple things. One, none of those banks, according to the close contacts that we have, are deep into the technology sector. And, and that's obviously sort of the primary area of concern for this past week. Certainly it's something that we need to look at continuously. I think also the fact that the Federal Reserve and the U.S. Department of the Treasury, the fact that an FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, have said that they are raising the limit of $250,000 of deposits that would be protected currently in these current bank failures, I think is a positive sign for the market as a whole, and in particular for regional banks, to give some consumer confidence. So it's something we have to keep looking at and having, and looking very closely at.
Obvious follow-up question. Did we do any banking with Silicon Valley Bank?
No.
Good.
Certainly not in my tenure here. I couldn't say for years back, but I would be very surprised if the town ever did any banking with Silicon Valley Bank.
That's very good to hear.
Yeah, let me follow up on that. I mean, I assume that we do have deposits in excess of $250,000, and even though the FDIC is saying that they're going to, insure above that amount, I don't think that can be relied upon necessarily going down the road. So do we, and I assume we do, with respect to deposits in excess of $250,000, enter into collateral agreements or other types of security in the event that bank were to go under and we exhaust our FDIC insurance?
So there is, and I apologize, I don't have the name of the backup insurance in front of me, but there is an entity in addition to the FDIC that provides insurance primarily to banks in New England, additional insurance that banks purchase on their own over and above the FDIC limits. and those insured deposits to a much higher level. I know that some of our banks are members of that. It's actually one of the conversations I had with another one of our banks the other day to urge them to think about, whether or not they would want to be part of this. I apologize, I can't remember the acronym right now, but I think it's something we're going to have to look carefully at, because certainly we do have deposits above $250,000. Certainly, it would be impractical with the amount of assets that the town has, I think, to seek to be below $250,000. That would require a really high administrative burden, and again, I think would be impractical. But it's something that there's no easy fix to. But I think having the constant communication about it and the constant probing the banks about it is the way to approach it.
Let me ask John to keep his questions regarding cybersecurity for the presentation by the Information Technology Department. I mean, they do an awful lot to protect the town in that regard, and it'd be very helpful for the select board and the community to know what steps they currently take, as well as the dangers that they see.
I had one more short one, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you very much. So Lincoln, I don't know if it's you or someone, one of the division heads that is in charge of making sure that the town gets the best interest it can get on deposits. But have we sort of been able to take advantage of the change in that area to substantially increase the amount of interest that we're making on our deposits?
To a certain extent. So that is me with my Treasury Collection Division head hat on. So to a certain extent, I think one thing to keep in mind is that many banks' savings deposit rates, while the Federal Reserve rate and lending rates have risen quite a lot, that rates on deposits have not risen in the same exponential might not be the right word, but rapid pace. That said, I have taken a look and done a review of what we have been doing prior to my arrival, and taking a look at that in the last 4 months in being here. I do think there's some moves that the town can make. There's what's called the legal list, the set list of investments, in particular banks, that the town may invest general funds rather than trust funds, but may invest general funds in. And for the most part, that is bank accounts, money market accounts, and government securities, treasuries. So it's something that I have had some deep conversations in with Morgan Stanley, one of our primary bankers, larger bankers, and in looking at if we should move a little bit more into treasuries, the trade-off of that is a higher interest rate than we might be getting elsewhere, but decreased liquidity. So that is something that we've been looking closely at, and I think made a little bit of a move towards, and I think we might want to consider more of a move to, by achieving a higher rate of return and having only the liquidity that we need, plus a cushion, but not necessarily full liquidity that we may have been pursuing in the past. If I could very briefly, and certainly the Information Technology Department and Fang is the primary person to talk about this, but I would just briefly mention with respect to banking, Select Board Member Venskoya brings up a very excellent point about that not just the town, not just public entities, but every entity with a not insignificant amount of monies is under constant attack from those who would seek to defraud them. So it's something that we actually met just the other week with our primary banker from which we make payments out from the town, as to say, not between banks, but out to vendors for our payroll, and had a very, I think, constructive conversation with that bank and many members of our information technology team to ensure that we're doing everything we possibly can to be as secure as possible. So I certainly would defer to Feng to, to talk more about that, but it is something definitely that's on the town's mind.
Thanks very much.
Okay, Mike, did you have a question?
I was going to make a comment about treasures, but I think I'll withhold my financial advice since I'm unqualified to offer it.
I assume that we invest in the state investment fund.
Prim,
I don't remember right now.
speaking about Prim, the public
Well, no,
reserves.
yeah, no, they have a state investment fund that the state invests and the local governments can also invest in.
I think you're referring to Massachusetts Municipal Depository Trust. Is that
Yes.
what you're thinking of? Yes, we do. Yes.
And of course, that's pretty secure, and the rates are relatively higher than what you can get out in the street. So good. Let me ask a question related to something that came up last year sometime, and that is whether it would be useful for the town to issue a procurement for bond counsel. Not necessarily to change bond counsel, but just to use the process to sort of rethink some of the issues and presumptions, that we have about our relationship to bond counsel, and et cetera. I mean,
I think it's something that's definitely worth having the conversation. I don't necessarily think that it would need to be a formal procurement process. It doesn't have to, as I'm sure you know, by state law. And I think in some ways, I certainly think it's worth in-depth conversation with. There aren't a lot of entities, as you know, that do the work and are well known in the field for their competence in the work. But
in Boston.
In Boston, correct. True, correct. And very good point. But while I'm not, I wouldn't fully advocate, I think, for a full-on procurement process. I do think a conversation, an in-depth conversation with our current bond counsel and with other potential bond counsels is very worthwhile. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the select board? This is a public hearing. Devin, is there anyone in the public that would like to make a comment?
I don't actually think it is a public hearing.
Oh, it's not. Okay, then we won't hear from the public.
Just us.
Just us. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Lincoln.
Thank you all.
And I apologize for threatening you with the public questioning that.
I'd welcome it. No problem.
Okay.
Clarification on that, Chair Green, is that the public hearing is held when we review the budget warrant article. So that's when the public can weigh in on the various aspects of the entire budget.
Thank you, Devin. Another example of how we can't do without Devin. Maybe I can't. So, okay, let's move on to planning and community development.
Good evening. My name is Kara Bruton. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development, and I am here tonight to talk about the Town Administrator's budget for fiscal 24 for our department. And I'm going to share my screen. So tonight I'm going to go over some highlights of some goals, both past and present and future. Some new initiatives that I don't think I've talked about with you all yet. So that'll be some news. and then budget summary. And the good news is that the budget summary is just one slide. So we're kind of front loading the information here. I'm really excited about this first slide. We entered in December into the third round of community aggregation, and this has to do with electricity bills that we are able to aggregate for the town of Brookline. That's for anybody that has a utility bill that pays electricity in Brookline. And when we started this back in 2017, we were only able to offer a kind of a default package rate that was 25% more than the state mandate as far as the percentage of electricity that was renewable. And over time, we were able to slowly bump that up to an additional 30% a couple years later. But this last December, in this current contract that we have, we were able to meet our larger final goal of getting to a place where as of January 1st, 2024, if you move to Brookline and start with a new electricity account, that opt-in, the kind of default product will include 100% renewable electricity. So that's very exciting, and I think also gives us hope for some of the other large sustainability climate emergency initiatives that we have to get to, and right now still feel like they're completely undoable, way out of scope of what we can afford. And yet here we have an example of a program that through a couple years with the market moving along with communities, we were able to get to 100% renewable product for our community. Oops, sorry. But going back a little bit before December, in July, we launched the Community Preservation Act program. That's the first time for the town of Brookline. And in November, when we did our storefront vacancy rate, we started to see a sparkle of hope after COVID for our business community. What we saw was that the storefront vacancy rate declined to 10.9%, and that's down from a COVID high of 12.5%. And it's getting close to where we were before COVID. This doesn't mean that any individual business is fully recovered. In fact, it's going to take, another 4 or 5 years for both our retailers as well as our hospitality industry and our restaurants, especially, to recover if they even are able to stay in business after COVID. But it is a hopeful sign that our commercial areas as a whole are starting to recover from that significant COVID impact of higher vacancies. And then just in the last week, we released our draft housing production plan. It's complete. That will be in front of the Housing Advisory Board tomorrow night, and then we will be coming to the Select Board as well to discuss that. I am sorry about this. So some highlights of goals, we have a whole page of them, but I wanted to highlight three projects specifically for fiscal 24. We'd like to get going in the Chestnut Hill Village study area. And this is very important because we want to look at this area as a key way to grow our commercial tax base. There are very few parcels, as you all know, very few parcels in town where the lot is deep enough to adequately hold significant commercial development, office building types, lab building types, perhaps, as an example. And so we're really looking forward to turning our gaze now to Chestnut Hill Village. Janice Kahn, town meeting member there, asked for us to focus on her neighborhood back in the end of 2008. So I am really excited that we're going to be able to focus on this part of Brookline as a reasonable place to grow our commercial tax base. Secondly, you'll see two photos here, and they look pretty similar. They're of a home. It took 6 months for the image on the left to get permitted to become the image on the right. So this is an example of a special permit process that we're going to be analyzing over the next fiscal year, along with the community, as well as perhaps some partner communities. And just looking at the 80 or so special permit cases that we process every year, many of them are complex. Many of them require deep public, neighborhood conversation. But there are some, and we don't know exactly what category that is, but we suspect that there are some categories of changes to single family homes, for example, that may not need 6 months to go through a special permit process. And that could be, we're going to be looking at projects where they didn't change much during the public process, like we see here. So, how effective was it just from that perspective? How much time was taken by volunteers as well as staff? And what kind of projects tended to have higher neighborhood support when they were, even first submitted? So we're going to be taking a look at that. The reason why this is important, we may need to, even in some cases, add building standards in order to feel comfortable about removing the special permit hurdle. But the reason why this is important is because we have significant staff that are dedicated to the special permit side of the house. And if we can free up some of their time and energy to be more effective, more useful to the community of Brookline, that's what we'd like to do. So that's kind of a big one. And then finally, we'd like to launch the comprehensive plan update. And right now, the committee that's working on the request for proposals for that is, thinking about the name Brookline 2040, but this is certainly not set in stone by any means as far as what that initiative will look like or what its goal year will be. Some new initiatives, and many of these are multiple years. We're tracking, starting this fiscal year, some new metrics that are historically have not been in our budget book. So for example, we're going to be looking at the percentage of our resources, which is mostly human labor. How are we spending that time? How are we spending it for to the benefit of low moderate income households versus others? How are we spending that time by neighborhood? And this is, largely staff costs, but also CDBG, our federal funding grant. How are we spending that money? The town funding that we get, as well as any grants that we receive. Secondly, we want to start reporting and being very transparent on the financial resources that are spent per affordable unit created, renovated, like Brookline Housing Authority is going through their portfolio, and also preserved. We have just shy of 1,000 affordable units that we are responsible for tracking and monitoring every year to make sure that they stay actually open for the households that they were designed to serve. And then just one other example is we're going to be adding metrics that are hopefully more useful. So for example, rather than reporting on the number of cases that we process in a particular preservation category, instead saying of the preservation cases where a building is found significant, what percentage of those cases were resolved without that building actually getting demolished. So that's kind of the new metrics category. Secondly, we're really looking forward to moving past state mandates, at least in the short term, getting past the 40B and the BTA Communities Act mandates, and instead being able to shift our energy to actually creating more energy to creating deed restricted affordable housing. And then hot off the press, and nothing's guaranteed, but we believe we've submitted for and we believe we're eligible for a whole new category of grants from the state. And that's under the umbrella of housing choice grants. And that can include public infrastructure, as well as planning initiatives, as well as funding for some of our town-owned buildings. So we believe that we'll be able, this is based on recent actual housing production, and we've submitted paperwork to make sure that we're certified. If we are, and we'll find out in a couple months, we would be eligible for the next 5 years without resubmitting anything for this whole new category of grants. And then the fourth piece that I have on this slide is also multi-year, and that's moving into the implementation phase of local rapid recovery projects for our commercial areas. Our economic development director, Meredith Mooney, has been in front of you a couple of times with ARPA funding and other funding sources and moving that forward. And that's everything from being able to fund a storefront pop-up business incubator to helping a business improvement district get off the ground, as well as parklets in the area. So we're looking forward to seeing those things come to fruition. So budget summary, I promised you it'd be one slide. Here it is. There is no change in our staffing levels for fiscal 24. We are estimating a little bit less federal funding to be available to offset some of our housing staff and community development staff. And we are at the same time, the proposed budget shows a reduced sustainability budget for consulting by 25,000, and that gets us back to where we were in fiscal 22. One quick slide on what the override budget would enable. In the short term, it would enable a comprehensive plan to get off the ground. And the third year, be able to start the zoning reform piece of that, which will be coming out of the comprehensive plan. And then in future years, we would have funding that where it's required to have a local match for some state grants, especially in preservation, sustainability, housing, and economic development. There's many types of grants that we could be better suited for if we had a local match in hand. And then finally, additional study committee work. We know that, you know, several years away now, and 4 years from now, we're going to be needing to do in-depth studies of either neighborhoods, corridors, or perhaps even a town-owned or privately owned property. And that is the end of my slides. So I'm going to stop sharing and see if you have any questions.
I was muted, not unbeknownst to me. So thank you, Kara. That was very, very helpful. I have a couple questions, but Mike, I think, had his hand up.
Right. I just very briefly, that is, Kara, that was very helpful. And it certainly went a long way towards what I was asking about previously, looking down the road. And of course, that's appropriate considering that it is the planning department. But I really appreciate all of that. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I have a question, Kara. You know, there's a lot of talk, and maybe I've been talking about it, about older buildings in town that have units that are not low income or affordable, but are moderately priced rents. And I was wondering if there's any way that we can sort of gather data on those buildings in terms of, you know, where they are, you know, the rents that are being charged, and the risk of falling into the luxury category. I mean, I'm talking about, you know, typically a 3-unit building where the owner lives on one of the floors, and I lived in one like that. And, you know, basically, once the companionship of her tenants and the assistance that they can provide in maintaining the building. So, I mean, there are a lot of those, I understand, and I don't think we know much about them. And they're the ones that are really at risk of being lost. And we lose, you know, the middle class when those buildings are lost. Yeah,
I think what we could do is a survey of those types of buildings, and we could, you know, figure out with GIS and probably with you, Bernard, if you'd be willing, you know, get a subset. So we are sending a letter out to the same type of housing based on the data that we have. I think it'd be really good to get the perspective of those property owners, understand, you know, what they're, to the extent that they're willing to share it, what the likelihood is that they would want to pass that asset down, you know, to other family members, whether there's some tipping point with their expenses, including taxes, that they might have to decide to do something different, as well as to understand, you know, maybe if there's some permitting processes or zoning issues that makes it very difficult for them to do, you know, a renovation, but still keeping tenants in place. I think it'd be very helpful for us to understand that customer better. The rental information is largely off market, meaning there is no database for that type of housing product. And in fact, it can swing into some fair housing issues where, you know, there may be an apartment for rent, but it's not advertised at all. And instead it's rented, to people that they know or through their networks without even coming on any kind of market. But I think if we view it as them as a customer of ours, I think that would be really helpful to understand better.
Yeah, great. Those are good ideas. By the way, wouldn't Zillow give you, or Zillow or other services provide at least a rough guess of what rents are in those houses?
They have some, but they're likely going to capture the more luxury units than the ones that I think you're talking about. And again, that's because many property owners are able to rent out spaces without paying a realtor at all. So there's no, it doesn't even go in the MLS system.
Yeah.
It just, moves over.
Got it. Yeah. John.
Thanks, Bernard. Thank you so much, Carol. I really liked the emphasis on visiting some of the processes that are followed in the planning department these days, and have been sort of practices for a long time to see, why does it take us 6 months in the example that you cited, for a approval of something that basically did not involve much change. I think that is the kind of thing that is absolutely necessary in order to both get as much as possible out of all of the employees in the department at a time when there's so many demands on this department. But the other reason to make sure to do that is basically just to satisfy the public and those who have interactions with planning department that not just the public is aware that sometimes these things take much longer than you might think they should, but it's the department that is aware of it and is working on it, is trying to improve the efficiency of those processes. So thank you for that. I want to ask kind of a conceptual question, if you don't mind, because we've got people who follow this stuff are well aware that we're on several tracks all of a sudden at once. We're on the housing production plan track, which was just delivered, but we need to sort of know what we're going to make of it. We're on the comprehensive planning Brookline 2040 track, and we're on the MBTA Communities Act track. And then there's the shift in focus to Chestnut Hill West, Boylston Street West, Chestnut Hill. How do you see all of those things coming together so that there's a convergence and not working at cross purposes? That's the question.
That the examples that you give are all at different scales, both of time, of which we're looking at, as well as geography, and the time that we have for public process. And so I think I'll just globally say that because the scale of the detail in each of those efforts is going to be different, there's less likelihood that they would be at complete opposite cross purposes. But the example of Chestnut Hill Village and the Harvard Street work that is underway is certainly moving forward with your blessing, saying this is a priority for us to get done before we're finished with a multi-year community process, because we believe it's an important initiative. And I'm sure there will be other pieces like the Babcock Street Committee that I know Mike is leading with others, wanting to get that going. And so we're going to be moving on multiple fronts. No matter what happens, we can't just not do anything for 3 years until a comp plan is finished. I think it's helpful for everybody that's listening to read. I know it's very exciting stuff, but to read comprehensive plans that have been written for pick a community. You could do Somerville for somewhere close to home, but you could also do Waltham or Watertown, which have recently updated theirs to get a different kind of scale, a different style of comprehensive plan. And then also some smaller cities throughout the country. I think it's really refreshing to see what other communities are doing outside of New England. And just thumbing through, just looking at the images of a couple of those, and we'll be building this on our website if we haven't already. I think residents and our businesses will start to have a sense that, you know, what we're hoping for out of the comprehensive plan is to have specific goals, you know, that are numeric sometimes, and saying these are our goals, but they're not going to have, you know, draft zoning for a particular neighborhood. The comprehensive plan does set priorities, not only for zoning and land use initiatives, but also infrastructure, you know, ideally for our whole CIP. So it's an extremely important base document for to be used across all town departments, but it also is at a town scale over a long period of time.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the select board? Let me add or tell you about a comment in the question and answer box. Marty Rosenthal, who's been a nemesis of yours with respect to MBTA, would like to praise you and your department for the hard work you do. So
I will take that public comment. Thank you.
and I'm sure he's very, very sincere about that, because I mean, he does appreciate both the hard work as well as the value of what you do in many areas, not just MBTA. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Kara. That's it. Good.
Good night.
Good night. So before we go on, I'd like to just comment that I think those budget presentations went very well. Following the guidelines that were sent out to departments, and we shouldn't take credit. This was something that we built upon from last year's processes, which had select board members going and visiting each department. But we took some of that and incorporated it into a memo sent out to departments, and I think it worked very well. I hope other people think that also. Okay. Next, this is a hearing. Okay, ballot questions, public hearing. So if there are no objections, I would like to open the public hearing to get the public views on the various ballot issues or questions before the select board, and then close the hearing so the select board can discuss those questions with that input from the public. And of course, we'll vote next week, not this week, on that. Melissa, were you objecting to that or suggesting a different approach?
Oh, no, it's me sticking my hand up. Sorry.
Oh,
Chair.
okay, sorry.
I actually just wanted to provide so the public is fully informed, because I know this is a question. Has the town's override number changed? Is there anything on that front? I also know that members of the school team are here to answer questions as well, and many department heads are standing by in the event of department specific questions, either from the board. But again, I think your proposed course of action, which is to have questions and comments from the public come in, and then we can try and address those as part of our discussions with you. We're happy to do it that way. I did just want to share so people are aware in a concise manner. I want to thank Select Board Member Van Scoyac for his recommendation on this. A kind of condensed spreadsheet that I'm happy to share with the broader community that is the override only portion of the town's kind of master document. The master document that we shared around previously featured the other sources of funding besides an override. This is just what the override would be. You could see, I want to make sure the community is aware that there are a couple of changes in the line items, but there is no change to the bottom line totals for this, which is to say the town's proposed override remains at 4.995 million over the course of 3 years. The shifts there have come from a reduction, gratefully, in the budget restoration number. We have realized certain savings that will allow us to lower that number, particularly in year one. What we have added to that number is a restoration of a position that will be lost that would likely be lost in the absence of ARPA funding in FY26, which is a budget analyst position. So that's what that one FTE in FY26 is. The rodent control action plan, the top line number remains the same. The funding, what is being funded in the override has shifted to make sure that it is ongoing priorities. So it is predominantly the funding of those full-time employees, two of which are funded with override funding and one of which is funded with the solid waste funds. And then you can see that there is a line in there about increased benefit costs. With the total number of FTEs that are being proposed across the proposed override, there is a commensurate increase in benefits costs that we are estimating conservatively at $15,000 per FTE. That's fair. You know, it's a number that even with the kind of diminishing returns of multiple FTEs, we believe that that's an appropriate analysis of how much the total benefits costs goes up in addition to purely salary. We wanted to make sure that that was clearly priced into the override so people understood that that's what we were moving on. I do also want to have one last clarifying comment based on a public comment made at the outset by an advisory committee member who had to depart, but I want to make sure that the public is aware of this. We do structure the override language as that advisory committee member suggested, which is a prudent way of doing it and is what is recommended by the state when it comes to framing override questions on the ballot, which is to say that it's a language that has a broad tax levy increase mandate, so that in the event of emergencies or the need for potential reallocation, that can be done. I will say that it has been Brookline's pattern and practice, which we intend to continue here, to maintain our commitment to whatever the select board puts forth as the ultimate line items in a town override. That was the case in 2018. That 2018 override had similar broad language, and that funding was used in a similar fashion. So I just want people to be aware that yes, in the event that there is some significant shift that needs to happen and the town needs to move money potentially from one of these line items to another, that is permitted under the terms of the ballot language that is currently present, but it is not the pattern of practice of the town of Brookline to do that absent a true compelling reason.
Thank you. John, did you have something to say?
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions before we proceed. You mentioned opening the hearing from the public and then closing the hearing. Are you talking about on all three of the items here, the operating override, the Pierce School, and the voter referendum on caps for retail cannabis, or just the first one?
No, well, I suggest all three in that, but then we take each one individually. I think Devin has speakers lined up, for each one of them. And we can hear from, the first one and then the second one and the third.
The second part of my question is that through Devin, I circulated to members of the board a couple of thoughts on amended versions of the Pierce School debt exclusion question, which may turn out is moot. I'll warn people about that right now. I mean, it's moot that I had an amendment. Not that the question is moot, because of a scheduling issue. But the second one, the amendment that I would like to just put out for consideration by the other members of the board, I don't know whether it will change the content of the hearing or not, but if it doesn't come until after we've had the hearing, I don't know whether that's going to, strike some people as like if they'd known that I was going to propose this amendment, they would have commented on it. I just don't know.
Okay, why don't you tell us?
Well, I'd be happy to. That would be jumping ahead to the third item. Do you want to do that?
Well, I mean, I think okay, what makes sense? I mean, do it now or do it when the third item comes up?
It would make more sense when the third item comes up.
Okay, let's do it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to open the hearing on the three ballot questions. And let's see, I have a message here. What is this? Okay, so open the hearing on the three ballot questions, starting with ballot question number 1. the debt override.
Thanks everyone for your patience. The first person signed up on the first ballot question, which is override and debt exclusion, is Kevin McKenzie. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello, my name is Kevin McKenzie, and I am a teacher at the Lawrence School over on Francis Street. I am here to advocate for the inclusion of the operating override on the ballot and to encourage all members of the select board to also campaign fervently for the operating override as the stewards of our town's executive branch. As you all know, we need the revenue in order to fund both town and school departments, and failing to do so would have serious negative consequences on our town's workforce. In addition to that, there are also outstanding contracts with multiple town unions or bargaining groups within unions that also need to be adequately negotiated and funded and settled promptly and respectfully. Passing the override allows that to happen. Thank you, and I do not need any more of the time.
Okay, I'd like to sort of amend my proposal. It looks like either I made a mistake or it started off in the wrong way. So we'll start with the operating override and debt exclusion together, and then move on to the cannabis item. Is that okay with people? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Devin.
The next person signed up for comment is Alec Leibovitz. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Thank you, Devin. Good evening. I wanted tonight to express my strong support for placing the Pierce School debt exclusion and the operating override on the May ballot. I was recently fortunate enough to join a group that was allowed to tour the Pierce School, and what I saw there absolutely convinced me of the need for a new school building. As our tour guides described the total lack of accessibility in the current Pierce School, we were shown inaccessible bathrooms not big enough to turn around in, a single elevator incapable of supporting many wheelchairs, and a single accessible entrance located in an alley behind the school next to several dumpsters. We also heard about leakage issues, and on the tour discovered a massive puddle forming in the center of the school auditorium. We toured the single space shared by 12 open classrooms and heard how classes there must coordinate days when they are allowed to speak due to the overwhelming noise pollution. We simply need a new Pierce School. This is an issue of guaranteeing all of our students a quality and equitable education. Further delay of this project places nearly $40 million in MSBA funding secured for the project currently at risk. In addition, the operating override is important as well because it will allow us to make long overdue investments in our capital stock, improve our competitiveness as an employer, and most crucially, the override will prevent devastating layoffs of town and school staff, ensuring that we have the capacity we need to continue making progress on the many issues still confronting our town in the wake of the pandemic, including rodent control, improving public health, securing better working conditions and pay for town staff, and maintaining the high level of services our town departments currently provide. Our community needs to be allowed to have a say on these two critical initiatives, and I urge the select board to place both of them on the spring ballot. Finally, I also wanted to urge the select board to place the question of fully funding low and moderate income recreational scholarships for Brookline youth on the ballot as well. Young people in Brookline have faced enough hardship over the last few years, including social isolation exacerbated by the pandemic, hunger and economic hardship, a difficult transition to remote learning, and increasing mental health challenges. The least we as a community can do is ensure that all Brookline children and teens are able to access our excellent recreational programming without the barrier of cost. These programs forge friendships, encourage healthy activities, and open new opportunities and opportunities to learn skills for our young people.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Let's make sure our kids can be kids and that no one is excluded because of the barrier of cost. I believe this is an issue that the voters would support, and I encourage the select board to place this on the ballot as well, alongside the Pierce debt exclusion and the operating override. Thank you, and have a great evening.
The next person signed up for public comment is Natalie Alinos. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you so much, Devin. My name is Natalia Linos. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 6. I'm also chair of the Advisory Council on Public Health and a parent of 3 children at Pierce. So I've joined today mostly to speak in support of the Pierce school debt exclusion, but I want to echo what the previous speaker shared, Alec, in terms of urging you to also include, obviously, the operating override and the Brookline recreation costs for low-income youth. But let me speak just a few minutes around the Pierce school debt exclusion. As a parent, I also was on that tour and was actually quite shocked at the conditions. Shocked at the conditions that my children, 3 of them, a 4th grader and 2 kindergarteners, are currently in, but also really concerned about the kids who are not able to access that school. Kids with disabilities who use wheelchairs, and the lack that what that means for my children in terms of not having those peers in their classrooms. I was also concerned to learn that kids cross, 7th graders go from one building to another building to another building and lose many, many minutes of instruction times. And then my kindergarteners, when they have to put on a coat and boots to step outside to go to the cafeteria or to go to PE, may lose half of that instruction time. So we're not talking about beautifying a building. We're talking about being able to have a curriculum that meets the needs of children. I am likely similar to many parents in Brookline who came to Brookline specifically for our schools, for the quality of our schools, the quality of our education, the quality of what we all hope for in terms of our future. And so I urge you to include that, the Pierce Scoot debt exclusion on the ballot, because parents who live in Brookline, many of them, have gone through the Brookline public school systems, and many have come here with young kids because they want a future through the public school system. Finally, as someone who works in public health, the last few years, we have learned so much about the role of buildings and healthy buildings, not only in terms of ventilation and COVID, but really that school, hearing that the HVAC systems don't work, that we can't even do temperature control, we can't open windows, really raises some alarms for me from a public health perspective and the future that we want. So for all those reasons, I urge you to include the Pierce School debt exclusion in the ballot, to put it to the voters, and also urge you to, of course, support the operating override, because schools are simply not just buildings and towns are simply not just our buildings. It's the people who work there, and we need to be able to pay them and have a healthy.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you so much, Devin. I'll stop there.
The next person signed up for comment is Naomi Schweitzer. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you, Devin. Good evening, everyone. I'm Naomi Schweitzer, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 10, and I'm speaking in favor of the Pierce debt exclusion. When I first started getting involved in the community approximately 10 years ago, I went to a community session at Town Hall for one of the prior housing production plans. While circulating the room and putting my sticky dots on the various housing priorities that were put in front of us, I met a former select board member and talked with them about the poor shape that the Pierce School is in. They said to me, "Don't get your hopes up. Nobody wants to deal with that building and site because it is too complicated and needs so much. We know the challenges at the school that will be addressed through a new building, including the current over 240 children learning in one large open room with no walls, and the building not being accessible to children, staff, and families with hearing or mobility challenges. Children in the Pierce District with these challenges cannot go to their neighborhood school and are assigned outside their neighborhood. This is discriminatory and not the community we want to be. Thank you for being the select board that will put the debt exclusion on the ballot so we can make Pierce accessible and that meets the educational needs of our students. I am also speaking in favor of the operating override in general because I want to ensure that our town can provide adequate services and our schools are adequately funded. I also support the question on the recreation scholarships. I want to do a little bit of a deeper dive on one thing related to the operating override. I specifically want to urge you to include funding for an Office of Housing Stability in Brookline. As you know, Warrant Article 13 for this May's town meeting would require Brookline to establish such an office. This office is very much needed here in Brookline. Here in the greater Boston region, we have some of the highest rents in the nation, the second highest behind New York City, and with no signs of prices hiking and coming down. As an integral part of the greater Boston region, Brookline faces these challenges as much as our neighbors. Over 50% of our households are renters, and while our median household income is over $120,000 per year, about 10% of our population is in poverty. Moreover, 45% of our renter households are cost burden,
You have
which
30 seconds.
they pay more than 30% of their income for rent. We say we want to be a diverse community where all are welcome. One concrete way we can do this is providing support to our residents who might be facing a housing crisis, giving them support to stay in Brookline. A number of communities in the greater Boston region have responded to this situation of affordability by establishing similar offices. They include Somerville, Malden, Revere, and of course, the city of Boston. I urge you to include funding for an Office of Housing Stability in the operating override. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Carlos Tamayo. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carlos Mario Tamayo, and I am running for town meeting for Precinct 2. I was a town meeting member this past year, and I'm also a Brookline housing resident. First, I would like to express my support for recreation scholarships, funding for an Office of Housing Stability, and operating override. But for now, I will focus on the Pierce debt exclusion. Recently, a teacher friend encouraged me to go on a tour, which was hosted by Yes for Brookline. He said to me, "Carlos, you would not believe it. There are classrooms without walls. There are classrooms in the halls. It is inaccessible for disabled students. The bathrooms are so small, and the temperatures between rooms can range from 40 to 70 degrees. I was immediately curious to go see Pierce for myself. When I did the Pierce tour, I could not believe my eyes. Everything that my friend had said was true. Even though the teachers had done the best they could to make the school look great, there are far too many issues that stem from the style of construction alone. It is really hard to do any maintenance, which will cost the town even more money in the long run. The school was built in 1906 and is in overall very bad shape. I hope that you can visit sometime if you had not had the chance to, because it certainly opened my eyes. I had the opportunity to meet some students, teachers, and staff, and listen to them talk about their experience at Pierce. They truly deserve much better, and I hope you can join me with a resounding yes vote for Pierce. Thank you so much for the work that you do."
The next person signed up for public comment is Marty Rosenthal. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thanks. Marty Rosenthal, town meeting member, precinct 9, former select board member. I want to talk a little about the operating override and the same question that I think I raised, or maybe Neil, or maybe somebody else, about a month ago when the full presentation was made. And I think, by the way, that this hearing had an oversight, that I think that slideshow from a month ago should have been part of what's being discussed tonight, because on the operating override, the only thing that anyone looked at the packet would see is the $11 million figure, not what it's supposed to go to. So that's what I want to talk about, is what it's supposed to go to, and the distress by some of us that there's no money earmarked for salaries of anything other than mid-level managers on the non-school side. And specifically what I'm concerned about, as you've heard in the past, is police salaries, and also, by the way, the camera issue. I think the cameras are in bargaining right now, which is what's been the case, I think, in every jurisdiction that's adopted cameras.
With the light
And
then come back here and close the door.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I thought someone was talking to me. It was Representative Vitola with somebody more important than me. So getting back to the bargaining, which I also don't know what's being done about police salaries, but my experience on the reform committee was really distressing to me to hear about why we're losing officers and why we're having trouble recruiting officers. I know that some of that is a nationwide issue right now, but some of it is very, very disturbing, that our base salaries in conjunction with the educational benefits are not competitive with jurisdictions that are, we're losing young cops to go to them. And that's an awful thing. I mean, I went to the public safety advisory hearing. Is that last night? I don't know. It's a blur to me. And heard that we are down, I believe, 30 cops right now, when you add in sick leave, and that the number that we've used for many years as a staffing level was about 130, and we're down to about 105 or 109 right now. This is a bad thing. And the base salary issue, I don't know if that's being discussed in the bargaining, but what worries me is that there's not money to deal with that in the override.
You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So last thing I want to say is, and others have heard me say this, I was a police commissioner when I was a public defender. I was on the ACL board. I've got 2 Thurgood Marshall Awards, and I think we have a wonderful police department. It needs continual improvement. I've worked on that. But this is not right. The Brookline salaries are not competitive with places like Cambridge, Newton, Boston, state police. None of them have a department as good as Brookline's. I'm telling you that from my experience statewide as a criminal defense lawyer and talking to other criminal defense lawyers. And
You've
the
reached 3
base
minutes.
salaries should be competitive. And I don't know if it needs change in the override or what, but I really urge you to take that issue seriously.
The next person signed up for public comment is David Gayshock. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thanks, Devin. Thanks, members of the select board. David Gayshock, resident of precinct 14, urging you to be the bold leaders that Brookline needs by putting both the Pierce debt exclusion question and the most robust operating override that we can on the ballot for this May. Pierce students, faculty, staff, families, and the broader community have waited long enough for the replacement building that we have all, let's be honest, known we've needed to do for at least the last 15 years. There was talk about this before I ever got to Brookline, from what I've learned since I have. This is where B-Space, the blue ribbon panel, landed nearly a decade ago after nearly a year of work trying to solve capacity and space issues. This is where this is the path the voters chose in 2019 after rejecting the bundled ballot question at the urging of Spend Smart Brookline to go with the Driscoll and then Pierce plan down the road to build capacity. This is where we've been heading for a long time. We need to actually, let's get it done now. Too much work and too much waiting has gone into it. And you've heard from everyone else here why the conditions are so dire. Let's also not kid ourselves. There is no less expensive option that we've just missed. After the last 2 or 3 years of work, it's time to actually go forward and get this done and get the Pierce that community deserves. Similarly with the operating override, we need to get back in the habit of doing regular operating overrides like we started in 2015 and 2018. Those were supposed to be 3-year operating overrides each, knowing that there was going to be another one down the road because our expenses as a structural matter grow more quickly than our Prop 2.5 allows our revenues to do. Overrides are the prescribed solution to that until there's a change in state law. So we've got to get out of the habit of thinking of override as an extraordinary situation or a bad word or an indication of some sort of profligate spending or mismanagement, and get in the habit of understanding overrides is just part of how we appropriately and responsibly manage Brookline finances. So urging you, the select board, to strongly support both the debt exclusion question and the operating override. I hope that between this override and subsequent ones, we will, as Mr. Rosenthal said, make sure that all of our town staff salaries and benefits are highly competitive
You have
with
30
those of our
seconds.
peers, and do all the other things that we should be doing as a town, rather than working from a position of perceived austerity and keeping salaries and other spending in inappropriately low levels because of that. So thanks for your time. Thanks for your leadership, everyone. And please put both the debt exclusion and the operating override on the May ballot. Thanks.
The next person signed up for public comment is Representative Vitolo.
I hope you'll indulge me. There's actually two people signed up for comment. I hope you will allow Angelina Vitolo, a second grader at Pierce, a minute or two, and then give me a shot as well. Is that all right, Select Board? Great. Angelina, say what you got to say.
In kindergarten, I had this friend up until around February. She broke her leg on the seesaw. She couldn't go to any other school, and it was harder for her to do things. She couldn't go to recess. She couldn't go places that she needed to go because there were not ramps in the school, and the ramp that is in the school is way too steep for anyone who has a wheelchair to actually go on. It's way too hard for people with disabilities to get into and to have a good learning experience with.
So what should they do?
They should rebuild it.
You have anything else you need to say?
No.
Well, how about you say goodnight to me?
Good night, Dad.
And I will see you in a few minutes.
Okay.
All right. Hi, I'm Tommy Vitolo, State Representative, 617-872-8921. I appreciate that there are valid opinions and positions, and I'm glad that this select board is listening to the community and to hear what they have to say. I believe that we should be yes on Pierce and yes on the operating override. For the sake of convenience, I'll call Pierce question 1. I'll call the operating override question 2, maybe 2A, 2B, 2C. Look, the Pierce building cannot meet 21st century educational expectations. It's not accessible, it's not safe, and it's not equitable. And rebuilding it now with MSBA support is our least cost option. Across the street, no can do. A November 2022 law passed by the state called the Public Lands Protection Act effectively prevents it. Could we renovate? Well, to start over now, forego state money and just get to code would cost the town as much as the town's share of a brand new Pierce building. And so we have the choice of just making it safe enough or creating a quality 21st educational experience for the same price. That's clear to me. And it's true that the Pierce project has a higher price tag. Inflation, the geothermal system. It's a difficult site with a hill and a tight space and some existing building materials that are difficult to deal with. And there's a parking garage underneath that exactly 0 Pierce students will ever park their cars in as Pierce students, but it's important for town operations. That's included in the price tag too, but it's not fair to compare that price when talking about other schools. Now, the MSBA funding, the $38 million, was the best Brookline could have done according to the formula. Some have suggested we could get more, or we could have gotten more. I spoke with a board member of the MSBA earlier today, and that person said just the opposite, that the town of Brookline did as well as it could have done, and that this $38 million will not be held for Brookline if we fail to say yes this May. If we do not say yes this May, that money is going to another community for them to build their school.
You have 30 seconds.
Kids who live in the Pierce district deserve to go to their neighborhood school, deserve to have a safe building, deserve to be able to hear their teachers or work quietly without noise-canceling headphones. This proposal is the best and least cost proposal, and I hope we'll say yes. Regarding the operating override, our DPW, our public health, our fire, our police, our teachers, and our town hall staff all deserve good pay for good work. By the way, our sneakers, our bicycles, and our automobiles also deserve good surfaces to move around on. The operating override is necessary for both. I'm grateful for the leadership and for the hard work of the select board and the town staff who have worked on this. I hope you will put question 1 as Pierce on the ballot. I hope you will put question 2, the operating override, perhaps in pieces, if that's the best way, on the ballot. And I hope you'll get this meeting over before too late and get some sleep tonight, because we've got more work to do tomorrow. Thanks so much for your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Marion Friedman. Been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello, I'm Marion Friedman Gerspan. I'm town meeting member from Precinct 9. I'm running for election again this year. I agree with everything that has been said. I want to ask a question which has been raised by constituents, which is, why is the rat control in the override budget rather than, and concern is that if the override doesn't pass, there won't be a significant rat control program. We're overrun with them. If half the construction that's being planned takes place, it's only going to get worse. That's all. Thank you. That's my comment. I support what everyone else said.
After public comment, maybe town administrator can address that question.
Sure.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jeff Rudolph. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. My name is Jeff Rudolph. I'm a P6 town meeting member. I'm a proud Pierce parent of 10 years, and I'm also the campaign manager for the Yes for Brookline campaign. We've already heard a lot of great info about Pierce and the operating override. So in the spirit of town meeting, I'm going to skip some of the stuff I was planning to say that has already been said and just make a couple comments. A few speakers tonight have mentioned touring Pierce really opens your eyes to what Pierce is, and I highly encourage everyone to come and take a tour, including the select board, including everyone listening tonight. This Sunday, we are going to have more tours. You can sign up at yesforbrookline.com, and we will be more than happy to take as many people through Pierce as we can. So please check that out and please sign up. I think that the points that have been made from all the previous speakers have really highlighted a lot of the goals and some of the challenges of the Pierce project. I absolutely applaud everyone that's worked on that design committee for over 3.5 years at this point. And there's a lot more detail on our website that talk about all of the ins and outs of the options, how much they cost, how the MSBA funding is going to work. I have the letter from the MSBA posted on the website. And if there's information that anyone wants to know, I'm happy to provide it, or anyone that's on our leadership team that's listed on the site. I'm going to skip ahead over the town piece of the operating override as it's been talked to. We didn't talk as much about the school side of the operating override. You know, without the override funding, there will be an operating gap. That's going to cause significant changes to the staffing, which could affect a lot of teachers. That's going to mean increased class sizes, caseloads. It's going to cause the removal of some of the programs and significant reductions in some of those same areas. And finally, it's going to have student support implications. I want to point out that nothing in this gap includes new initiatives. This is all, you know, existing programming and staffing that we absolutely love to have in our schools and we'd like to keep. So finally on that front, passing the override will continue to serve all the students at high levels with all of the outstanding academic programs that we have.
You have
and
30
it will also,
seconds.
Thank you. It will also help us maintain and attract and retain highly skilled workforce, very similar to what Marty mentioned regarding the police force. So thanks for letting me speak. Please put these measures on the ballot. Please vote yes for both Pierce debt exclusion and the operating override. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Christy Electris. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Okay, hi. Trying to find my camera. Sorry, I was just putting my daughter to bed. My name's Christy Electris. I am a resident in Precinct 6, formerly a town meeting member before I had my youngest, who I just put to bed. I'm here to speak in support of both the operating override and the school Pierce debt exclusion. I think I did similar to what the previous speaker just said. I've heard a lot of great points. I think what I wanted to express is, as someone who has 3 daughters going through Pierce School, 2 that are currently there and 1 that will be hopefully joining in time for 1st grade if this building gets put on the ballot and passes. You know, there's something really wonderful about the Pierce community, the teachers, the staff, all make it work, even in spite of really tough conditions in this building that has, you know, sure, it's seen better days when it was first opened and had only 3 sections, but even as a learning experience, it has been proven to not be the greatest experience for many students. Some students aren't even, are kind of reserved for some closed classrooms, so they can't be in the big classrooms because it's too loud. But as other speakers have said, some students don't even get to come to their neighborhood school because of the open classroom, that it creates too much noise, or the inaccessibility of different parts of the school. It's just a challenging building that's not easy to modify. I used to be on the site council at Pierce, and I remember walking around and trying to figure out how we're going to squeeze another classroom in because the class numbers had risen year after year. Of course, that was pre-pandemic. And they would just say, well, maybe we can move these bookshelves over and maybe we can build a platform here. And it was costing millions of dollars to consider opening a doorway to what is now what was the Sperber Center and is now the 7th and 8th grade classroom area. So currently students have to exit the building, walk around in all sorts of conditions of weather to get to their 7th and 8th grade classes and to get back to the cafeteria. And you know, the accessibility challenges there are one thing, but it's not equitable between the different schools in the district, what these students have had to go through and what these teachers have had to go through. We're talking about the operating override bringing salaries up to par and being competitive in the district, but like working conditions. I spoke to a teacher who has been doing intervention in the Pierce hallways for most of the years of her.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. And she told me, well, it was great because you could, you know, see people passing by and say hello, but it was not so great for those students. And by the way, when it rained, I had to put buckets out to catch the drips around me for years. And this is what our teachers are dealing with. So I do hope that you put both the operating override to support our teachers and staff in the town, staff as well, but also to put the debt override to give these kids a chance. And my kids will see the most disruption, and yet I know we have to do it because we can't keep kicking the can down the road. Someone's got to do it, and we have a beautiful plan that we've spent many years designing, bringing community input to. I really hope you all support it. So thank you so much. Thanks for your leadership, and thanks for hearing us tonight.
The next person signed up for public comment is Fran Perler. You've been promoted to a panelist.
I thank you. I'm Fran Perler, and I'm talking for the now 1,300 people who signed the rodent mitigation petition. I'm a little surprised at Chaz mentioning that 3 FTEs, I now know what that is, are in the override. And it was my impression from talking to various town people, including Chaz, that there was an appreciation of the health and safety issues that rodents bring, and that this is a basic town service that should be provided to us, not in an override, but as part of the main budget. And I wish that he would clarify if there is, in fact, anything in the main budget that addresses the rodent issue. The second thing I wanted to mention is this scholarship for the recreation department. I represent seniors. I wonder if it's too late to add everyone who needs it to have scholarships to the recreation department. Seniors represent 20% of the population of Brookline. They have less than 0.5% of the budget. Many of them are living at the poverty line or below, and there are a lot of senior activities in the rec department that people can't afford to go to. So that's just my, it might be too late to talk about that. And I took the tour of the Pierce School. It needs a new building, but if I could talk for the middle class and the elders and the people on limited income, it's just getting too expensive to live in Brookline. And, you know, my folks used to have to live within their means. And these two overrides will maybe increase our taxes by 8 or 10%. And so I just wonder, in doing all this planning, if there's any way that the town can plan to tighten its belt a little bit while doing all the wonderful things that we want to do. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Mark Levy. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Hi, my name is Mark Levy. I'm a town meeting member for Precinct 7, formerly a town meeting member for Precinct 10, formerly member of the Advisory Committee. And I'm very familiar with the override process and the necessity for having the overrides. That's the point I want to make, is that at the current time, when inflation nationally has been at the 8 to 10% level a year for the last couple of years, there's no way we can keep the level of service we have and improve the service, which I think is the ambition of everybody in Brookline, to have even better services, because we're an ambitious town in terms of services and outcomes for the residents. We want Brookline to be the kind of place we would be proud of. So I'm speaking in support of both overrides, the exclusion for Pierce and the operating override generally. But I also have to recall that we're basically doing this on the backs of the property taxpayer, and that the property tax is not a fair tax. It's not based on income and ability to pay. It's based on the value of property, which is appreciating at varying rates. Single-family homes appreciate much faster than condominiums. And condominiums appreciate much faster than commercial rental or residential rentals. So I think it's important, if this town is going to have confidence in future overrides, that the select board put a lot of attention into lobbying the state and the federal government, mostly the state, to make it possible for us to live within our means on property taxes by increasing state aid and perhaps allowing us to raise taxes, impose taxes which are not regressive but are progressive. I'm not sure how that would work, but I know unless the town is in a position to lobby hard and work with other communities in a very public way, we're going to be stuck override after override, and they're going to be big.
You have 30 seconds.
And I have 30 seconds to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and good Yontif. Take care. Bye.
The next person signed up for public comment is Paul Warren. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Hi, good evening, Chair Green and other members of the Select Board. My name is Paul Warren. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 1. I'm also a candidate for the Select Board. I'm speaking in favor of having the Select Board put onto the ballot both the Pierce debt exclusion and the operating override. I grew up in Arlington, a couple of towns over. I went to the Ottoson Junior High for 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. It was a school very much in keeping with the Pierce School. It was an open concept school. There were 3-foot bookshelves between classrooms in a big cement cavern. And it was a disaster for me, for my educational experience. It set me up for almost failure in high school. I recently went through the tour of the Pierce School, and I don't want to repeat what everybody said, but I was taken back, 40 years to a school that I went to, and actually 50 years. And so, it is a deeply concerning issue for the students that go there, not only for the learning experience, but the ADA issues are significant, and a number of people have already spoken about that. So I am fully in support of the debt exclusion for the school. I'm also in support of the operating override in general, and I would encourage you to put that onto the ballot. I do want to speak to an issue that Fran Perler hinted at, and this is the rising cost for our aging population. It is getting untenable for our seniors to remain in Brookline, especially those that have been here for a long time. And I would encourage the Select Board and town meeting to aggressively pursue a policy that the mayor of Newton has pursued, which is to maximize tax abatements, water and sewage abatements, and also fees. There's much that we can do to start to lower the burden for our aging population. And lastly, in the spirit of transparency, I would hope that the Select Board would direct the town administrator to provide a calculator to voters, so that by April 1st, this shouldn't be done a few days before the election, where they can assess what the impact would be of the overrides and the proposals on their taxes. I think it's very important that people be able to understand and plan for these cost increases.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you so much, Devin. But I do strongly encourage you to put these 2 questions on the ballot, as well as the third, which are going to be spoken about in a few minutes, the cannabis one, and I'm strongly in favor of both. Thank you so much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Susan Park. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Susan Park. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 17. I'm the vice president of the Town Meeting Member Association, on the Wellness Committee, and on the BaFin Steering Committee. And I'm here today because I want to talk about the marijuana ballot question and the importance of putting this on the May 2023 ballot. The reason why this needs to go on the May ballot is because there's going to be a lot of people coming out to vote. There's a general override, and the last time they had the general override was, I think it was like 5 years ago or several years ago. So there's going to be a lot of people. Warrant Article 15 passed at the November town meeting. When it passed with a large margin, it was promised that it will be put on the May ballot. The reason why this is important now is because we want to get as many people's input. We want to give this choice to a wide net of people. If you push it to next year, the problem with that is you might not get as many people to come out. And we want an accurate reflection of the community. So, for these reasons, I really urge you to stick with what was passed at town meeting in the spirit of democracy, in the spirit of what was written and passed. It is only the right thing to do to put this on the May ballot. So, if for any reason it would be pushed to next year, it would cause a lot of problems. I think there's a Warren article about another cannabis store. There's a conflict there because town meeting said, let's get this on the ballot. So if you want to have more conflicts, more confusion, don't put it on the May ballot, but to be as clear, fair, and with the spirit of democracy, the right thing to do would be to say and follow the will of town meeting. And so I urge you, if you have any questions, please reach out. But we followed all the rules. We worked closely with town council. We had many, many meetings. This went through so much vetting.
You have
and
30 seconds.
To just, to not go through with it, it would be a real huge disappointment to the 250 people in town meeting who saw what happened and have watched this evolve. And being the chair of this ballot campaign, it would be just a horrible decision. So I hope and pray that you will put this on the May ballot as it was voted on town meeting of November 2022. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Bruce Levin. You've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Hi, looking out the window, it's hard to believe that we're preparing for Juneteenth. I hope that we're all there to shake hands and enjoy a nice sunny day. People have spoken ad nauseum on the pros and cons of the warrant of the article limiting the amount of cannabis stores. It's simple, it's clear, it was drafted in the main by town council, and I can think of no good reason why we should not let democracy take its course and it be on the ballot. Also like to point out that I very much enjoyed Kara Bruden's way she showed more than mild disdain for state mandates. Well, that's what we got. Town meeting voted to put it to the people. Let's put it to the people. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Kate Silbaugh. You've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Devin, can I interrupt for a second? So it looks like we're getting into the cannabis public comments. So what I'd like to do is to finish up with the cannabis public comments, then close the hearing and have the select board have our discussion, just so people know what's going on here.
I am Kate Solba. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 1. I was not a petitioner on warrant Article 15 that Bruce and Susan were. This has been the work of Susan Park's team, but I do support it. And I wasn't going to speak tonight, but then I heard that the select board is contemplating not putting the warrant Article 15 ballot question on this spring. So I want to speak to why that would be a mistake. I'm sure you won't like this, but I wouldn't even concede that you have completely unfettered authority to choose not to put the substance of warrant Article 15 on the ballot. When a local board's allocated decision-making authority, that doesn't wipe out all other law applicable to their decision. That's not how the allocation of discretion works in government. This ballot question has been brought according to a state statute that provides for a local ballot question, and the process was followed here. Town meeting voted to do this. And I think whether you can or not, this would not be a healthy way to understand authority, even when it's maybe formally defensible. But what I really want to speak to is not the authority, but the related small L legitimacy. This group of people, Susan Park's team, have worked hard for several years to follow the procedures of the state and of the town. I know the select board members disagree on the merits of this issue, but this is how we deal with disagreements on the merits. You organize your people, as she has, and then by operating within the clearly articulated processes. If you flex your muscles here as a select board, I think you're going to dishonor the good faith and compliance with processes of Susan's coalition. And moreover, if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you were trying to sabotage the overrides by pitting two coalitions that need to be in alliance against each other. We need unity to pass the overrides. For you to take a group of community members who've advocated fairly and in good faith to bring their issue through the process and pull the rug out from under them in the name of a different group and ballot question, that's bad politics. Just how do you think that is going to make that coalition feel about the different ballot question, the one for which they were sacrificed? How could you want that to be a part of the story of the override, that it was the cause of muscling out a group of some substantial number, despite their legitimate claim to being on the ballot? How could you want that as part of this override campaign? Susan's group has played fairly, followed state law and local process, achieved victories in town meeting, including a vote by town meeting to put this on the ballot. I encourage you to honor that engagement and honor your own role in negotiating community compromises through these appropriate processes as articulated by state statute.
The next person signed up for public comment is Wadner Oji. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Mr. Oji, you're still on mute.
Good evening. My name is Wadner Oj, town meeting member for precinct 15. And I'm here to urge select board to vote to put warrant article 15 on the ballot. When I heard recently about the select board contemplating whether to put warrant article 15 on the ballot, it just reminded me of January 6th, 2021, when we had the presidential election, when the vice president was disagree with the election, the presidential result, but he has a constitutional duty to confirm the election results. So I do understand that there is a conflict with what the town meeting put forward past the warrant article to put it on the ballot, and what the select board intention to do with that particular issue. So all I want to remind you is January 6th, when former Vice President Pence has the gut to confirm the presidential election. Just think about it. What would happen today? Where would we be today if Vice President Pence decided not to confirm the presidential elections? So that's the reason why I urge all of you to vote yes on putting on warrant article 15 on the ballot. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Alok Samani. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thank you, Devin. This is Alok Samani. I am a resident of Precinct 5. I'd like to speak about the putting the marijuana license question on the ballot. I completely support what Kate and Susan have mentioned, and the question I have for the select board members, and I hope this is something you can discuss in the interest of transparency. You can discuss during your session. I'm wondering, because if the ballot question is postponed, it's postponed, as I understand it, 1 full year, and that creates a material change with a major implication. That implication being that if a license application is lodged between now and when the vote is taken, the town may be put into a difficult situation, because if the ballot question then passes and the select board declines to issue that 5th license, that could lead to some legal, potentially, I'm not a lawyer, but it could potentially lead to some legal action, or it is an effective end run around what the town meeting decided and voted on, and which the voters are now being asked to either validate or reject. So I'm wondering if the select board could, during their discussion, please, in the interest of transparency, talk about what the compelling reason is to not put this question on the ballot now and postpone it for a full year. Like, why would we even do that? And if select board members are feeling pressure from outside groups to not put this question on the ballot, then I would ask them to please identify who those groups are. And then also, if you do vote to postpone it, the question I have for you is, will you then also commit to not accepting or being clear with any applicant that if an application is lodged before the town vote, that application is subject to the result of the vote. So those are the questions I have for you. And the other thing I would mention is that if the compelling reason is that the ballot question for marijuana licenses might somehow distract from the override, then I would suggest that as a Brookline voter, I think we can manage to consider each of these ballot questions without conflating overrides and the appropriate number of retail marijuana licenses. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Alitza Sofer. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Alitza Sofer, and I've lived in Brookline for my whole life. I'm here to speak in favor of including warrant Article 15 on the ballot. There are 2 key reasons why it's important to hold this vote soon. Firstly, the May 2023 ballot has several important questions, so many people will come to vote. Having more questions on a ballot isn't bad. If anything, it's good, because if someone is passionate about one issue, they'll show up for that issue and vote on other issues that they might be less passionate about. However, having their opinion on all issues, even if they're less passionate about those issues, is incredibly important, because having more people vote on those issues is the most democratic way to go. That's more votes. That's more of the town coming out to vote. These different coalitions of overrides and marijuana dispensaries are not working against each other. If anything, having more different groups and different things on the ballot will just bring more people to each other's votes. So they'll help each other and also help this democratic process. And secondly, waiting to vote could allow more marijuana dispensaries in Brookline because there is currently a moving cap. That means that if more liquor licenses are released, then more marijuana stores could be made. Additionally, Ms. Park mentioned a warrant article earlier that could result in more marijuana dispensaries. However, marijuana is incredibly harmful, particularly for teens. I have seen so many of my friends doing weed. I've seen so many people throughout Brookline doing it. I think it's important that we make sure that it doesn't become such an accepted thing. And having more dispensaries is proven to increase the chances that people will think that it is accepted, and teens are more likely to do it if there are more dispensaries. Therefore, given that we see that it's incredibly harmful, we have to give the town the chance to vote. And to me, it seems like the select board is going against the will of the town to postpone this vote. Please do what the town has wanted since the beginning. This is what they voted for. As town meeting members, you should be doing what the town has voted for. That is what democracy is for, doing what the people want. You should not be abusing power to do what you want. Even if people have different views on cannabis, we can all agree that voting is important. Most people can agree that everyone who can vote should be able to vote. That's what democracy is all about, having a say. So having these different things on the ballot is actually great because it means that more people will have a say and more people will be able to vote. And more people are likely to vote because more people will come out if they're passionate about one thing versus another thing. As was repeated earlier, the question is, why would the select board want to postpone the vote? There's clear reason to do it soon and clear urgency to do it soon.
You have 30
However,
seconds.
there is no clear reason to delay it because delaying the vote just seems like trying to put it off and trying to make this cap not happen. We need to get this cap as soon as possible, however, because we need to get this vote as soon as possible, however, because we need the town to be able to speak on issues that are important to them. This is a vote, and this is what the town has voted for. If this is what the town has asked for, then that's what the select board should do. Please vote in favor, please move in favor of democracy. Thank you.
Next person signed up
Okay,
for public.
Devin, before we go, I mean, this is getting a little out of control. First of all, the select board has made no decision to defer the vote of the cannabis question. I received some comments from people in the community suggesting this, but those comments have been retracted. So I think people should not assume that we are out to destroy democracy. But we'll have a discussion and we'll see what people think. Mike Salmon also wants to sort of pipe in on this, and I want to give him an opportunity if he still wants to do that.
Thanks, Bernard. Yes, I would, and I appreciate your comment. It's a perfect lead into what I was going to say. So I want to respond to Alok Samani, who I might add, was a very capable colleague on the advisory committee. And I appreciate his remarks, in particular, asking us to explain what this is, what the rationale might be if one were to think about postponing a vote on marijuana. And I will say that, first of all, nobody put any pressure on anybody. The discussion about that I was a part of for thinking about postponing the vote on marijuana was solely related to the fact that the override to us as the executive board of the town is the main event. And we don't want to detract from attention to that main event. And we were concerned that there might be some confusion and some distraction if we put yet another item on the ballot. However, the leadership of the Yes campaign on the override said, well, okay, we're listening to the community. Distraction, there's probably more distraction if we don't put this on than if we do. So the suggestion's been withdrawn. But I do want to make it very clear that there was no untoward pressure. There was simply an effort to make sure that we do indeed focus on the main event. Thank you.
Okay, so I have allowed this to get a little out of control, but just out of fairness, John, do you have something to say real quickly before we go back to the public comments? You're muted, John.
Sorry about that. I just want people to know all of this business of like, oh, there was all this pressure that was brought on the select board to delay the marijuana question out of concern that it would take attention away from. Nobody called me. No, I wasn't under any such pressure, and that never even crossed my mind. So, please, people, let's just try to allow for the possibility that your select board members have minds of their own, and everything you hear as rumor isn't necessarily true. And if you want to know if I have concerns about the marijuana question, just give me a call. I'm, like Tommy does. I'd be happy to hold up my number, 617-888-1663. But please don't go, on what you hear whispered to you by somebody who is basically saying those evil select board members, they're going to spring a trap on us tonight and fool us all and trick us into something. It doesn't exist. We have I have some reasons for concern about the marijuana question. I'll be happy to express them after the public comment is finished. But it's just not fair to us to attribute all of these motives to us and go on speaker after speaker after speaker. You're dealing with stuff that is just detached from reality. It didn't happen. It just didn't happen. Mike described what did happen and then what happened subsequently, but that never crossed my desk. Nobody ever talked to me about it. So I just want to disassociate myself from this notion that there were conversations about this. I never had a single conversation about it with anybody.
Okay, thanks. Let's see if we can get back on track.
We have 3 remaining people signed up for public comment at this point.
On the marijuana? Okay, you're out of order, Carolyn, but go ahead. 3 people, we can handle that.
So the next person signed up for public comment is Ariel Sofer.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, sorry about that. It for some reason demoted me to panelist and re-promoted me. So my name is Ariel Soifer, and I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 2. I'm a partner at a major law firm, Wilmer Hale, and to my knowledge, we do not represent either pro or anti-marijuana interests. However, given the scope of our practice, I cannot be certain whether I have financial interests in or relating to any side of the debate regarding marijuana consumption. I'm not speaking on behalf of my firm, any of my partners, or any client of my firm. My wife, Dr. Georgina Garcia Soifer, is a child and adolescent psychiatrist at Franciscan Children's Hospital and a member of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatrists, where she treats patients who, among other things, have used marijuana. I provide this
Stipulate
information.
your expertise. Go ahead.
I don't really, I'm not speaking of any real expertise. So I am not attributing any bad motives to any of you or any motives at all, good or bad to any of you. I'm just speaking about whether we should or should not defer this question. Amplifying the comments of Professor Silbaugh, who correctly pointed out that this vote was taken and the ballot is something that it was taken and we have an obligation, therefore, you have an obligation, therefore, to put it on the upcoming ballot in May. I don't really think that there's a whole lot of discretion in that decision. And you should be aware, I think that taking actions against the vote that was already taken isn't something that you should be doing. I don't think, I'm not sure that you can do it. I defer to Professor Silva on whether you can, but I don't think you should, regardless of whether you can. I think that's a separate question. I do think one of the big dangers to taking an action in this vein is that there's a party that's interested in applying for this license. I think we all kind of understand that that's part of what's going on. If that individual is, or that group is able to get a license, then that creates reliance interests. That party then would rely on the fact that, okay, now I have a license to build a store, and it would be the natural expectation that then investment would come and would commence, and somebody could spend a lot of money developing something, and then if we have a vote a year later, we'd have to yank that license, and that seems pretty unfair to that individual or that group. So delaying this doesn't just have a consequence for us, for what we're standing for, what we're advocating for. It also has a consequence for somebody who might be making investment decisions. And besides that, I'm not convinced that you have the right or the ability to defer this vote. I understand that you object to it. I understand that, that the overwhelming majority of you were not in favor of having warrant Article 15.
You have 30
but them's
seconds.
the shakes. In a democracy, sometimes things go your way. If you look at my voting record, sometimes things didn't go my way at town meeting, and that's the way it goes. So I think you should respect the fact that not everyone agreed with what you believe, just as I do, by the way. I wish that sometimes things had gone my way, and unfortunately they don't always. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Carolyn Thal.
Thanks, Devin. Sorry, Bernard. I'm going in the order in which I was called.
That's
Carolyn
all
Dahl, town meeting member, precinct 16, advisory committee. I have almost no expertise, but I like civil discourse. My comments are not about the specific substance of any of the questions, but just about the information that the public is receiving and is going to receive about the questions. The numbers, the dollar numbers, the contents, the impacts, etc. This has always been my position, regardless of my position on the specifics. I've been saying for months and months, my hope is that the information giving coming from Town Hall will be exquisitely clear. There is a question on the Pierce about whether School Street is going to be closed or not as part of the Pierce project. I'm personally agnostic on that, but I do know that the chair of the Transportation Board has said publicly that he did not want the board to vote on that because it could jeopardize the debt exclusion vote, but that his hope is that it will be closed and nothing prevents it from being closed. So I think that is something that should be clarified. And a guarantee or promise made one way or the other for the community. Likewise, the question of geothermal wells appears yet unresolved on the Pierce project, in that we're told it's not clear whether they can be dug under the Pierce Park and Playground. I think that has potentially major budget implications. I'd love to hear those questions addressed here or at some point. I'd also like to point out that when a debt exclusion, as opposed to operating overrides, is on the actual physical ballot that people vote on, it doesn't have a dollar amount. So it's effectively, and I think legally, it's effectively a blank check. So again, I think we need promises and guarantees. You owe it to the electorate to make sure that they know what the amounts are. and what happens if and when projects go over budget, and to make sure that the electorate knows that town meeting can add millions of dollars to the debt without the electorate's approval. For example, as we did with the high school and
You
the
have 30
$5 million geothermal wells at Driscoll. But more generally, I share the concern voiced by Naomi Schweitzer about inclusivity, the rising cost of living in Brookline, and the rising housing cost burden. All residents need to know how the investments they're being asked to make will impact their own bottom line and our municipal finances. Whether we support some, all, none of the questions, we must be given robust, detailed, factual, and clear information. Thank you so much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Lauren Bernard. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening, everyone. Lauren Bernard, Precinct 17 Town Meeting Member, Commissioner of Brookline Park and Recreation. I don't need 3 minutes. You'll be relieved. I just want to say that I'm relieved to hear that members of the Select Board are not feeling undue pressure to take the cannabis question off the ballot. I was prepared to speak about, as other people have, why that would be unfair and against the will of town meeting and many of the issues that have already been raised. But I think I don't have to say that because it sounds to me like you're going to do the right thing. And, discussion is always a smart thing, robust discussion, but I think it would reflect very badly on the Select Board to defer a question that, they obviously didn't vote for in the beginning, but, just in the spirit of transparency that we're trying to all uphold. So I'm gratified that what was communicated to me earlier appears not to be true. So thank you.
At this time, there are 53 virtual attendees and none in person. And that concludes public comment.
Okay, so I'd like to close the hearing on the ballot questions and begin the discussion by the Select Board. Who would like to start? Oh, Mike. Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to make sure that I have a running list of questions that were asked. I wanted to make sure that folks got the chance to have those answered to the extent that I can answer them. On salaries for union members, police salaries in particular, yes, that issue is being bargained currently. So there's not much I can say about it except stay tuned. It is. Again, I think I mentioned at the start of this in a different context. I think we have a positive working relationship with the union on this front. While we obviously don't agree on everything, and the realities of our finances do play a role in this. I think with them and with other unions, we strive, to balance out the issues of the financial burdens with the cost of living and the doing right by not just the public safety unions, but all the unions that work with us. On the question of the quote unquote mid-level managers, I would note that the salary study in question is not limited to mid-level managers. The big area there that we are concerned about, well, obviously the mid-level managers play a part. Technical employees are there too, of which the far and away most pressing issue is social workers. So we are not just looking at mid-management, although obviously we in the same piece with the discussion about unions, we obviously have a concern. We want to be competitive and have the best services. But when we talk about that study, it is not limited simply to that category. On rodent control and the full-time employee questions, there is simply it was an oversight on my part initially. Initially, we said there would be 2 FTEs in the overall rodent control action plan, of which one would be funded by increased solid waste fees, and one would be funded by the override. We, in reevaluating and going back to the original rodent control action plan, actually realized we need 3 people to provide the full level of services that people need. And so we have added that position to the override, but we have done that in such a way, balancing out contract costs over the course of a number of years so that we are not increasing the overall override burden as the public has asked. Why is rodent control in the override and not in the public budget? As I've said several times before in response to that question, absent an override, we are cutting services. We're currently, the current cut is around $510,000. I would also note that at an advisory subcommittee meeting last night, there was a recommendation to add some of those cuts back, which means that if there's no override, we're going to have to find other things to cut, significant other things to cut. So as is always my position on this, yes, in a world of many resources, I would be obviously prioritizing making sure that any free resources available would be going to the rodent control action plan. The fact of the matter is we have negative resources currently. The state is not coming to give us the aid that we wanted at present. And it's very difficult to conceive of a situation there. I will note that we have used stopgap measures with the American Rescue Plan Act. We spent $200,000 there. With the solid waste fee increase, we will be spending that money towards rodent control regardless. So we do understand the community's desire, and we will continue to make every effort to utilize the resources we have to provide that. But the fact of the matter is, given the seismic changes in activity in the community, that requires a commensurately large outlay in the budget to provide the services necessary. And again, the budget is now public. The budget is online and is easily accessible. The various line items for the various departments are there. And it is not in a forbidding 400-page PDF. You can go department by department. If you can find $500,000 of services that you think the town doesn't need, I'm all ears. But I have said many times before, I don't see it, and I don't think that's. And I want to provide the services that you want to provide, and this is the most effective way to do it. For senior activities and rec, I believe the Warrant Article 26 committee that was the foundation of that potential override question, focused primarily on services to school-aged children. I will say that I've spoken to our director of recreation and that she is very interested in the future in providing a similar level of discounted service to seniors. It would need to be something that would need to be costed out so that we would have a sense of how much it costs. But I do think that that is a really interesting question that we should focus on in terms of how we can provide services to all residents. I would note that the current override does include $100,000 in an increase for the Council on Aging. That would finance, that would bring up a geriatric social worker to a full-time position from a part-time, and it would also help assist the transportation projects that the council wants to be working on, such as the microtransit program that's now running in Newton. Senior tax abatements. I know our finance director, Lincoln, spoke on this issue, and he spoke about the work that our assessors and our assessing team has been doing really tirelessly to think through how to make sure people know that there are tax exemptions and abatements available to senior citizens. And if you go on brooklinema.gov and go to the assessors section of the government area, there is front and center on that page something that says it has a list of all potential tax abatements currently available in Brookline. And it is a priority of the finance department this year to bring on that means tested abatement for seniors as well. So that will be another thing that will come online this year to ensure that people, as Mike said, who want to remain in their homes and remain in their community as they move into a fixed income on retirement, are able to do. We are very committed to that, and it is a really important part of this community. So I'm glad that was brought up because it is something that is a huge focus of staff. Finally, on the calculator question, yes, we will have a calculator up to evaluate the impact of potential ballot questions on tax bills. I will say that any calculator we put up is always an estimate. There are things that calculators have trouble taking into consideration, like whether or not you have a residential exemption. If it's your primary residence, you're entitled to a certain exemption, which is an abatement on your taxes. So it would be lower on the whole. But we will put all of those caveats onto the calculator. And as the commenter said, it will be in due course, once the ballot questions are set, so we have what the numbers are, and not on the eve of the election. We, to the point of one of the last commentators, we want people to have as much information as possible to make informed decisions about this in advance of any election. So I think those are all the questions. I'm happy. I know there are many other department heads and members of the school committee and the school team around to answer any questions you may have on the operating override side of things.
Okay, I saw Mike Sandman's hand up.
Thank you, Bernard. So listening to the discussion about the override, and I think it's important to emphasize as an overview that we're being squeezed. Costs rise faster than revenue because we're limited by state law to what we can do with raising property taxes. And as Mark Levy correctly putting it out, inflation has certainly taken a significant bite in the last year and a half, and costs have risen even faster than they normally do, and revenue has not. So we're squeezed between that and the desire, the imperative really, to try to preserve affordability in Brookline. And so you'll see that when you look at a calculator, that calculator will go up online. We've tried very, very hard to stay and have succeeded in staying under a double-digit override, and yet we recognize that it is a concern for a great many people in town. The long-term solution, to the extent that there is one, well, there is one. The long-term solution is to encourage commercial development to try to take some of the burden off of homeowners. That takes time, and certainly all of the discussion that you're hearing about zoning change and so forth is driven in part by that desire to change the equation for homeowners. The second issue that's before us is about the marijuana, putting the marijuana referendum on the ballot. I am at fault for causing all of that furor, and I do apologize to my colleagues because it was the result of a casual conversation about, well, will we be creating too much confusion with voters? I do want to emphasize that, yes, we do have the right to do that, to postpone that on the ballot, but it's become clear that that would be a mistake. And so I will certainly vote for putting it on the ballot. I will say that I will vote against limiting the number of licenses. I don't understand why people who are, generally speaking, concerned about marijuana want to give a monopoly to the existing 4 license holders. Beats me, and I will not vote for that. But I will vote to put it on the ballot, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? John.
Yeah, I want to thank Mike very much because, as he says, he's taken ownership of it. People were calling me saying, "I hear you're going to, vote to deny this question on the ballot because of the school people." I didn't know what they were talking about. I really didn't know what they were talking about. And the interesting thing about what Mike just said, in addition, is that I agree with the second half of what he said. Let's go ahead. Let's put it on the ballot as drafted by town meeting. And I will also vote against it when it's my turn to walk into the voting booth and vote against something or vote for something. And I just want to give a short summation of why I will vote against it, because I hope that when people hear what I have to say, they will realize that a lot of what they were told tonight just doesn't square with how some other people, including me, see the situation. So here's number one. We on the select board hope to have a cannabis equity policy in short order soon. We are under not just our own sense of duty to those who are not yet represented among marijuana retailers in Brookline and who are non-white, that they were denied an opportunity and access to to be entrepreneurs in a business that didn't exist prior to 2019, and now is a flourishing business that's making millions and billions of dollars for entrepreneurs all over this country. But guess who isn't benefiting from that in Brookline right now? Is local, non-white entrepreneurial ownership of a sort of a mom and pop type cannabis retail operation. Hasn't happened and won't happen. Won't happen anytime soon. If the ballot question that was voted by town meeting goes on the ballot, unless there is a current owner that forfeits a license by limiting it to 4, which is the amount we have now, we won't be able to add social equity licenses for social equity entrepreneurs to our array of licenses in Brookline. I don't think that's right. And so that's one reason I'm going to vote against it. You wouldn't know that that would be a consequence of this thing that town meeting has demanded be on the ballot to listen to the speakers tonight. The other thing you wouldn't know is that when marijuana was on the ballot in 2018, 60% of voters approved it. And now by act of town meeting, they're hoping that a subsequent vote of, I think, what will turn out to be a much smaller electorate will disapprove it. Well, okay, that's the way it works sometimes. But all of these speeches, oh, these wonderful speeches about democracy and respecting the will of the voters. 60% of the voters just a few years ago approved the current licensing regimen, and now we're talking about taking it back to the ballot to try to overturn the current licensing regimen. That's the way it goes, but let's at least acknowledge that anybody can play this game of claiming the righteous ownership of the will of the majority on this. The other thing that you would never guess from the presentations tonight is that the statute, which people said we would be in violation of as a select board, calls for the select board to write a ballot question, if that is in fact the select board's desire, to take a subsequent vote of the electorate to determine any changes to licensing arrangements. It's as clear as could be in the statute. It is to be initiated by and written by the select board. That was not done in this instance. Instead, people took the final step of the process that is prescribed in statute and did it first. The final step of what's prescribed in statute is the select board drafts a question, the electorate votes on the question. If the electorate, by voting on the question, changes what was the choice of the prior electorate, then it is up to town meeting to decide whether to accept the second verdict of the electorate and to put that into statute. That was not done in this instance. What was done in this instance was that the third step was done first, a change was written into statute, and then people came and made speeches about how the select board is required under law to give that to the electorate to vote on. We'll give it to the electorate to vote on, but we'll tell them the accurate facts about what statute actually calls for and what the consequences of a yes vote on the question would be in terms of denial of access to licenses by social equity applicants. And the final thing that at least I intend to do if I'm still around, and I might not be after tonight, the final thing is that we have to then take it back to town meeting again. So in this case, because people jumped to the third step and took it to town meeting at the beginning, it's going to have to come back to town meeting again at the end. So even a vote yes on the question would not be the end of the matter. And when it comes back to town meeting, we'll let town meeting know that if they approve this yes vote by the electorate, if that's what happens, they will be denying social equity applicants an opportunity to operate in Brookline, at least insofar as it would require one of the existing licensees to forfeit a license. So with all that being said, thank you for indulging what was much too long a comment, but I do think the facts needed to be set straight on this, and I would be happy to vote to put the question on the ballot tonight.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. I just want to comment on one thing John said. I think it's very important for people to realize or understand that the select board, the town, did not deny licenses to people of color in the process that we initiated. And we were stuck with a sort of structural reality, and that is in a business like marijuana, the capitalization required for purposes of security, for purposes of how you actually transfer money in and out, and for a number of other purposes required something that was beyond the reach of many people. The people who came forward with that capital failed to be creative in finding Black and brown owners, which they could have done. But of course, that would have resulted in those Black and brown owners being the very upper class Black entrepreneurs, entertainers, sports figures, etc. And it would not have given those opportunities to the people who were really most impacted by the criminalization of marijuana. We've taken some steps to address that by requiring companies to expand their ownership base in various ways. That has resulted in small steps, but I think it's very important that we not go around saying that we denied these licenses to people of color or anyone else. Any other comments from the select board? So here's a question I'd like to pose, or what I'd like to suggest. That the sequence of, or the order on the ballot of these items be the override, the debt exclusion first, the override second, and the cannabis third. And that's how I'd like to suggest. I'd like to get the views of other members of the select board. John?
Well, I'm just trying to do the count here. Our very able town council submitted to us as part of our packet 5 questions because a couple of them require more than one vote. So I don't think that's at variance with what you said, but
the 2 extra ones being the recreation scholarships and the composting.
Yeah, well, there would be I'd have to go back and look at the packet, but the marijuana question, the Pierce question was number 4, and the marijuana question as handed to us by the town council was number 5.
Yes, that's right. So
I'm suggesting that we reverse that in terms of the debt override or debt exclusion and override.
And if you don't mind my asking, what's your reason for doing that?
Well, I mean, my reason is the importance of the debt exclusion, but also if we put 3 items before that debt exclusion, it's sort of putting it at a disadvantage. And maybe we're going to suggest a single override question, but unless we do that, I think that it makes more sense to put the exclusion at the first question.
I think you're making a very interesting point, and I can't resist saying that I think this is one of the things that is troubling about the whole process. Is I was looking at the 5 questions as passed on to us by our town council earlier today, and I was thinking to myself, holy cow, a person's inclination, I'm sure at the beginning would be to say, okay, this first thing sounds good, I'll vote for that. The second thing sounds good, that seems okay. But then by the time they get to the 5th question, they're probably saying, now I voted for everything so far, and I've only got one chance left now to say that, at least there's something on here that I think maybe we don't need. And it is an advantage to be early and a disadvantage to be sort of last on the list. And I don't know how we avoid that consequence in the decision we make tonight.
Right. Chaz, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to put onto your radar the possibility, as I think you kind of alluded to here, for the override questions, the operating override questions. You could structure these in a couple of ways, and they have kind of catchy nicknames. The current version that you have in front of you that's in the packet for the public has questions 1, 2, and 3. All of them are independent operating override questions. We call that the menu option. That is to say, someone could vote yes to the so-called base override, the 11.9 or $11.89 million, and yes to the rec scholarships, but no to composting. Or they could just vote yes to composting and no to everything else. An alternative structure, which is something that Brookline has done in the past, is what's called a pyramid override, in which case you would have the base override. You would have question 1A, and it would be, are we voting for this base override of town and school priorities? And then 1B, which is, if you agree to 1A, do you also agree to vote for, and you could decide, is it composting or is it rec scholarships? And then 1C is, if you agree with 1B, do you also want C, which is the last thing on the pyramid, the top of the pyramid? And the way that ballot question would be structured would say, whatever the highest amount is that passes, that reaches above the 50% margin, goes. So if 1C gets 50% plus 1, that's what wins. But if 1B is the only one that gets it, then C is automatically a no. So, you would structure that in such a way that, effectively your highest priority would be at the base. And that way you wouldn't run the risk of smaller priorities passing, but your big priority failing. The last structure, which is not one that we are aware that has been tried, but that we could theoretically try to do, is more of a what I've referred to as that ziggurat structure, which is, it's not a pyramid because it doesn't have a pointy top. You could vote the base override, and then you could have sub questions above it, where if either of them passed, you would be able to add them onto the package. So people would then be able to vote for B or C, as opposed to needing to vote for B in order to get to C, if that makes sense. So you have the option here, and you don't need to decide now.
Yeah.
But to the extent that you think it's appropriate to maybe gate the other questions behind the base override question, that is a way to do it if you want to.
Okay, so we don't have to decide tonight. We're going to vote next week, and we'll have time to think this through. In your scheme of the menu, is the option C the debt exclusion?
No, sorry. These are all the operating override questions.
Okay, well, that wasn't clear to me. Okay, Mike, you had a question?
Yeah, I was going to say that, Bernard, I agree with you that I would prefer to have the debt exclusion first, Pierce first, and then follow that with the operating override, whether it's a pyramid or serial. Not quite sure how I feel about that. And then the marijuana question at the very end.
Right, okay. Any other question? I guess the next question is, how do we deal with the recreation scholarships and composting? I mean, we could do it with this menu as Chad suggested, or do people think that that's a good idea? I mean, we don't have to decide. I just want to make sure people understand what's being proposed. John?
Yeah, none of these questions is easy.
No.
So we do have another week, and I am hopeful that in that week's time, it's not easy to do because of open meeting law, and we can't have all of these discussions, among three of us at a time. But through Chaz, then maybe we can come to some kind of an understanding as to whether we want all of these items that are in front of us, or rather want some of them, but not all of them. And I'll just put it out there right now that I think there's a fair number of people, including people maybe on the Park and Rec Commission, there are people who, are having some doubts as to whether we're really ready for the question that commits $1 million to what we're calling scholarships, for, spots and rec programs to be subsidized for kids who, could use the benefit of a subsidy to be able to afford to participate in those programs. Absolutely everyone agrees that to the maximum extent possible, we want to provide for the recreation needs of everyone in this town. And Fran Perler did a good job of pointing out that, it's not just kids. But to do that, it's more than just providing the money for there to be money for scholarships. It's providing the spaces where you're going to hold these programs if you're going to add significantly to the number of kids participating in recreation programs. And we're not sure exactly, where and, how we're going to, under what circumstances we are going to provide those spaces. Maybe there's thoughts being given as to some of them being school department spaces, but has that conversation fully taken place with the school department and the school committee? It's not clear to me that it has. They don't just require spaces, they require staffing. And we've experienced within the past year a problem of staffing up programs that we already have, to the extent that a whole bunch of programs were canceled for kids. So does that sound like, we're ready to commit $1 million to vast expansion of the number of slots and the number of programs for Brookline residents? I don't, it doesn't feel that way to me. And I think it doesn't quite feel that way just yet to some people on the Park and Rec Commission. And here's the good news. We don't even have to do it if we choose, and if we can sort of make sure that we're not doing anyone else an injustice. We've been funding this through ARPA. And in some respects, ARPA is the perfect funding source for this, because yes, those monies will run out, but they will get us through a pilot phase, at the end of which we can figure out, did the pilot phase justify going ahead with this on a permanent basis? Because maybe if we really can prove the program, then it'll be something worth committing $1 million to every year, on and on into the future. But I don't feel like we're there yet.
Mike?
Yeah, so John raises a very apt point, that we really have to identify what the demand is and what our capacity is to supply that demand from the perspective of, well, can we manage to increase the size of the program? Can we staff it? Do we have the playing fields? Playing fields is a very significant issue. So my question is for Chaz, is there, I know you've got department heads standing by, and so I guess the question is if Lee Jackson is available. I know she had a Parks and Rec Commission meeting tonight, and so I don't know whether she's.
It just so happens that we thought we might get this question, and I agree. It's worthwhile to have this discussion about how it's gone so far, and what the potential priorities are. Lee, would you mind joining us and talking through your kind of analysis of how it's gone so far? I will just say to John's question, right now in our ARPA requests, we have requested enough to fund this program for one full calendar year, which would be through the end of this summer. So that's where we would be on this front. But I think Lee has some more data on this. I'd love to.
I'm sorry, one full calendar year, it just through the end of the summer?
Yes, because we've already been doing it. There's already been a scholarship program that's been going on as part of ARPA, round one of ARPA.
Okay, so we only have money for half a year.
Right. Yeah. For the remaining, right. The remaining funds and the request for round two would take us through the end of summer. Right.
If I may ask, what is that amount of money? And we have not foreclosed decisions on ARPA just yet, right?
That's correct.
Isn't it the case that we could renew for a second year? If we decided that that's what we wanted to use ARPA money for?
We've taken a very careful look at the town's portion of ARPA funding. Like everything else, some things that we'd love to fund have been have been left out. So I would be very, very cautious about thinking that we can expand that. Something else will have to give. I think it's, after a year, it's time to think about putting this into the budget.
Mike, if you don't mind my asking, just so that people are clear on this, when you say we, you're talking about the ARPA committee, but the
Right.
ultimate decision is the select boards, right?
Absolutely. The ultimate decision, I will tell you that, of course, I will remind you that half of the select board is on the ARPA committee.
But you need 3.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that we need 3,
Two.
but
Not suggesting how
very
I
much
would vote,
appreciate. I'm extremely conscious of the missing member here. But
won't be half forever.
I still make the point that one way or another, whether it's done out of ARPA or not, it can't be done out of ARPA without changing something else, shortchanging something else that we have also viewed as being a priority within
Right.
the town's portion of this.
It all comes down to priorities, right?
Indeed.
Is it my turn? Good evening.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Lee.
It's okay. Good evening, Lee Jackson, Recreation Director. I'm really pleased to be called up as a panelist and to answer these questions that you have this evening. And given the late hour for you two, I'm going to do my best to answer them by just showing you my screen if I can. Devin, would I be allowed to share my screen?
You're all set.
Thank you. So again, Lee Jackson, Recreation Director. I briefly just want to share with you the ARPA request since it just came up. And this is not pretty, by the way. I didn't expect to share you an Excel document, but here it is. Just quickly at my fingertips. This was the request that we put together for ARPA for the Warrant Article 26 committee group. They obviously sent you their final report. And that was generated by roughly 14 people in our community, nonprofits, et cetera, that took part in the committee work. We had roughly 40 meetings. It was pretty detailed, a lot of time committed to this. The first fiscal year, we came up with this request for ARPA. The second, for 2024, we put in a round 2 request of ARPA. That looks like this shaded area here. We know we already have $500,000 because we were approved that funding already. The total did come to roughly a little over $1 million. So the ARPA 2 request was somewhere around $881,000. And so as you look at that, I'm more than happy to send it later, but that's kind of how we broke down the request. And what that did would cover the cost of the programs because all the program revenue sits in the revolving fund. And if we were to give people free classes that didn't have the financial ability to sign up for recreation, that would of course impact our revolving fund. And so we would need to recover that money. And that's why we made the request. We also did have a couple of positions in there, as you saw. But right now we're working with the first round, $500,000. I anticipate that lasting us at least a couple of years. And another slide I wanted to show you, which is how are we doing so far? I think this is the meat of some of the questions that have come up too. So this is how we're doing so far. There you go. So right now we have a pilot program that we're working under right now with our $500,000. We started in the summer of 2022. If you follow me on the left-hand screen here, summer 2022, we did a pilot ourselves before the warrant article even passed to see how could we help families in desperate need of summer school care for their children. And we did it as a department because obviously we look at anytime we can offer financial aid, we do it. We've had a long-standing financial aid policy for at least a good 15 years to offer financial aid. But this time we thought, well, what can we do for free? We offered 20 seats for free, and that meant that 22 people secured a spot, meaning families asked for extra spots, so we allocated that. And then in the fall, this is when the Warrant Article 26 committee really formed. And we were able to ask the community group, the 14 people that served in our community and were very interested in this project, what we should do and how we should go about this. So we offered 150 free spots. The number of people registered there was 140 out of the 150 we had. In the winter of 2022-23, we offered 500 spots, and we had 137 register, and we're in the spring right now. We have just closed our registration for spring of this year. We again offered 500 based on the community, based on the final report. That's what they wanted us to do. That's what we did. But again, we need to recover. These funds are of course lost out of our revolving account. We'll be utilizing the ARPA and the revolving fund to cover the other percent that ARPA cannot cover due to the rules of ARPA. But we will be offering 137 people free programs. The highest program demand right now for low-income families is aquatic programs, and then followed by basketball. And we are currently surveying our past participants to learn more so we can adapt our program for the future. But that's where we currently are with numbers. And I hope that's helpful for you to see, but I can answer any other questions from you.
So, sorry.
I'm sorry. I think John had his hand up first.
Yeah, okay.
So just to recap, Lee, thank you very much for those numbers. Given the amount of money that already has been put into the program via ARPA, but it wasn't only just by ARPA, right? Didn't we also, was there a different appropriation that was also put into the program? Was it, or was it just the 500,000 from ARPA?
It was simply the 500,000 from ARPA. That's what we're
Okay.
working on.
All right, so given the amount that has already been put into the program and given the level of participation in the program, at those kinds of rates of participation, how much more would you need to guarantee you could do a second year? And how much more would you need to guarantee that you could do a third year?
I would say if the registration remains flat at roughly 150 people, we will be fine for at least a couple of years with the 500,000. However, what I've spoken to the commission about, Brookline Housing Authority and several other local partners, is that what we realize is it's going to take some time to seed this initiative. And what we're concerned about, although we have a very robust community engagement plan to make sure that people know about this program, we expect it's going to take a while to really spread throughout the community and a while for people to actually feel comfortable that they're part of us, that recreation is for you. You're invited, come participate for free. It's real. We want to do this, so we think that it might take a while to share the message out through the community and get it really widespread. So that we can impact more people. So although I say if we remain flat, we'll have a couple of years. If we were to grow much more, we're going to need some more help. And as you said, it's really about staffing, securing more space, particularly for summer camp. We would have to have the school's involvement in getting more space, or we'd have to lease space. And essentially, money.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I think this gets back to my original point, which is I'm just not hearing the crying need for $1 million to keep this program going through the pilot phase. So,
Mike?
I'll just make one more comment, and I don't mean this in a cheeky way, but obviously we'd be very happy with whatever you could do. So we could meet the community need, obviously. So even if it wasn't $1 million, if there was a determination, it was something else, obviously we'd be grateful.
Thank you.
Mike?
Yeah, so Lee, I wonder if you could put the spreadsheet back up. So I have a couple of questions about it. Sorry, it's the next one. I beg your pardon. It's not the dollar amount. It's the services they provided. 140, 137, and so forth. Take your time.
I'm sorry, it's late. I think I share the wrong screen. Bear with me.
That's all right.
Okay, can you see this?
I think it's the one, that's the one. Yep, that's the, beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so when how many, just looking forward, do you expect this is pretty much going to be steady state, or would you expect these numbers to rise over time? And what do you expect for the summer of 2023?
Okay, great questions. Thank you very much for asking them. These are important. As I just shared, I do expect this to rise. I really do think messaging and marketing takes time. This is a brand new initiative for us. We have always given financial aid, but never to this degree have we given free programs. I do expect it to rise over time. I'm working hard on the community engagement to help that cause. In terms of summer 2023, we are not able to expand our summer camp because we don't have the space. We don't have the staff primarily to expand it. Summer camp is traditionally very hard to hire for. We typically hire anywhere between 80 and 100 staff for our current program. And it's quite complex. I can't present it all tonight, but essentially there's 200 seats across several weeks. But we have determined that we are going to hold spots, but only a few for this summer, just so we can continue this initiative and this pilot and give those for free. We determined that recently, but not to the degree of what the report calls for, which is doubling the size of summer camp and essentially offering free programs.
Okay, so and what caught my eye was the $399,000 for the summer in both of the 2 years that ARPA was asked to provide funding. And so I'm going to do something sort of by the seat of my pants here in numbers, which is dangerous, but you have more or less 140 for each of these semesters, as it were. Let's say you get 3 times that amount in the summertime because kids are out of school or something of that sort. That brings you up to something under 1,000 seats, as it were, in the course of a year. Do you expect to ultimately to make that 1,000 or to double that? Where are you? And what? Let me tell you where I'm going. Where I'm going is what's the cost? What's the cost per seat that we're providing?
That is in the report. And that report I can send you and make available again, but the cost per seat breakdown, all that information is in the warrant article 26 final report.
Right. Okay. I have that on my computer, so you don't need to send it to me again, but I'm wondering whether, are we talking about have I got the right order of magnitude here? Is it 1,000 seats in total? Is it 2,000 seats in total in the course of a year?
It would be no, because pardon me, let me go back to I'm such a visual person. I hope you are too. So 500 we give for winter, 500 for spring. The idea is they want us to continue those. So it would be more than 1,000. Now,
right, but you had a much smaller number than that registered, and I'm figuring, okay,
sure,
double the number that you registered once you get going.
Sure, I think I could imagine a scenario. The report is, breaks down the anticipated number of families who need this and anticipated age. So frankly, I'd have to look at that to specifically answer you. And I'm doing my best, though, is I do think that the number will increase significantly. That's the plan. And the plan is to ask for enough money to cover that so that Recreation Revolving Fund can sustain itself. Obviously, that was the ask. Now, we know a lot more now than we did when we initially wrote the report, meaning what the numbers actually are turning out to be. But I would leave it, I would say that I would need to look at that a little bit more closely and come up with a fresh estimate on my own, which I did not do. This was community generated project, hence the community report. But now you know the facts, at least, of what we've seen so far.
So I think it'd be very useful to have that, have you take a look at that and give us your sort of current estimate, best guess as to where you're headed. the thing that I wonder about is, since it is going to take some time to ramp up, whether we should similarly be ramping up the ask. So, and honestly, that would help us in the first year with the override. And if ultimately you got to the point where you could justify asking for $1 million in order to support the program, that might be in the third year. Does that make any sense to look at the program from that perspective?
It does. It starts
I
at
think it does.
500,000.
Ah, you were already at that. Okay, but that 500,000 is on top of what's already been carried over from ARPA.
Whatever's left in it, yeah. So if we,
Okay. All right. All right, I'm looking for just a way to tie the request to what you think the projected need in terms of seats, and, you know, and there's presumably a relatively straightforward calculation because you know what the cost per seat is.
Okay.
Yes, and you're asking for me to just so I'm clear, you're asking me to get back with you on a proposed updated opinion based on what I'm seeing on kind of on the
What you've
horizon.
actually, what
Not-
your experience has been, yeah.
Yeah, not just what the warrant article 26 committee sent you, since they have the seats in the finances. Okay,
Yeah, and we need that quickly.
yes, sir.
Okay,
I'll do my
sorry.
best.
And I understand, you always do, but yeah, we're struggling to do our best too. Chaz,
Any other
you have-
questions I can answer?
I think Chaz had something to say in addition to what he said. Is that correct, Chaz?
no, I wanted to flag the ramp up on the
Okay.
finances there.
Okay, did I see a hand up? No, I guess not. Any other discussion on this?
Just on this?
Well, no, on anything.
Well, yeah, okay.
Anything.
Yeah, I do have some other things I wanted to ask about.
Okay. Go
Shall I
ahead.
go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Second half of what I wanted to say, that, there's these two big ticket items that are not in the other, sort of omnibus request for override money. And we've just been talking about one of them. It's this recreation program. And then the other is the curbside recycling. And I think there's pretty widespread support, including from me, for the curbside composting is more accurate, composting. And yet at the same time, there's also a strong feeling by the most ardent of the advocates for the curbside composting pickup, that they feel strongly that the proposal should not be separated out, but should be part of an overall override omnibus package. And I see their point. And I just want to say that dealing with the scholarships, I think will maybe make it easier for us to pull the curbside composting into that omnibus question, so that it doesn't have to be hanging out there all by itself, in a question all by itself. The next thing I wanted to speak about.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah, please.
The implication, and I think this is appropriate, is that both of those questions will be at a lower amount than they currently are at. Unless we're going to sort of bust the omnibus override. I mean,
well, that actually gets to what I was going to say next. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was two other things I wanted to say, and I'm sorry to be talking so much tonight. Number one is, given that maybe we should think seriously about those first two things. Do we really want to put $1 million down at this point on the scholarships? Or do we maybe want to examine a second round ARPA alternative for a smaller amount of money or something else? And second of all, do we want to move the curbside recycling into the omnibus question? Then the third thing that I think we need to figure out, how can we have this discussion under open meeting law? And I'm assuming again that it'll be through us individually speaking to Chaz, so that we can negotiate a little bit on the other items that are in the omnibus to try to figure out, if we move the curbside recycling in, are there certain things that we don't feel that strongly need to stay in? Because I know there's a couple items in particular that, I for one could see taking a pass on. So
I think this is the time, right? If you've got stuff, I just put this up, put it back up. Rather than trying to have a seriatim conversation and then me coming back with a bunch of different proposals.
Yeah.
It may make sense for me to hear from all of you. Is there anything on this list that you don't think needs to be on there or that you have questions about? And then we can recalibrate from there.
Why don't you, John, what you're the one who brought this up.
Oh boy, I get to be the first.
Yeah.
Well, I've actually already sent some of them that I could see taking a pass on, and they tend to be at the bottom two sections of Chaz's list. By the way, Chaz, I think this is a much improved list and really helps people to understand, that there's different reasons for these different things that are in the ask. But I haven't been sold on the salary study changes. I don't doubt that we're going to need to make some changes to our middle management salaries, but I haven't seen the evidence sort of in a way that makes me feel like, I'm ready to pull the trigger on that decision. I think we got a lot of questions to ask. We barely begun. I mean, I think we saw the study for the first time today. So let's take some more time on that. That saves $500,000. I'm not even sure what is in the absorbing of these positions. That's the third item under recruiting and retaining top level staff. That doesn't save us a whole lot of money. And beyond that, there's only 3 items. I'm sorry to say they're quite small, but I think they would be more suitable to be funded through ARPA. Sorry to say that, Mike. I know that it's painful to hear, but farmers market coupon, I believe that was ARPA previously. Community gatekeepers looks to me like a perfect thing for an ARPA request, and the Welcome to Brookline program looks to me like a perfect thing for an ARPA request. And I think that's pretty much it in terms of things I thought that we could forego at this point.
Okay, Mike, before you speak, let me just mention a item in the chat or the question and answer box. The question is, and I think this is directed to Lee Jackson, were these numbers from free program attendants that did not provide transportation to and from these programs, or was there transportation? Is that clear?
Hello, good evening, Lee Jackson. Yes, it is. And I would say 98% of the programs did not have transportation provided. They would have only received transportation if they signed up to go on a trip. Thank you.
Okay, Mike. Thank you.
Actually, I was going to ask that on behalf of, I received a text message about that. And so thank you for that, Lee. I'm all set, actually, Bernard.
Oh, okay. Any other discussion?
Actually, let me say something else. Transportation is very expensive. And we look at school budgets, transportation is significant. If you look at schools that do a lot of transportation, it eats up a huge part of a budget. Lee, I wonder whether, particularly with summer programs, is there any opportunity to think about providing transportation, or is that just not going to happen?
I would say for our summer programs, I'm sorry, Lee Jackson, Recreation Director. I would say for our summer programs, we primarily run summer camp is our big program. It's a massive effort for many of us in the department. And outside of that, there are smaller programs. They're mostly at Tap-In Gym on public transportation, Tap-In Gym or the new community room at the high school. And so with the time frame we have, we are not likely to be able to provide transportation for this summer.
Okay. All right. And I'm not surprised at the answer, but it's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have some material from Lee Jackson that we're gonna have to read and understand and talk to Chaz about if necessary. Are there any other issues that we need to discuss with respect to the questions on the ballot? And I think there's agreement that that the cannabis question will be on the ballot. No guarantee that those voting to do that will vote for it in May, but it's going to be on the ballot. At least two of us would like to see the debt exclusion go first and the override, whatever form it takes following that, and then cannabis. Is that an accurate statement of where we are? Hey, John?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
John, you have your hand up.
Yeah, that's because I want to know if you want to move to any comments on the Pierce debt exclusion.
Sure.
Okay. So, and is Devin still with us? I was going to ask Devin if she could put up, excuse me, on the screen. Maybe I don't know who else might do it. The amended language that I passed around earlier today on the Pierce vote, which even if we do get to put it up on the screen, I want to tell people in advance, this isn't going to happen. I mean, this amended language.
Okay, why are we talking about it?
Well, because I think people need to understand something about the ballot question.
Okay, great.
That isn't evident from the way the ballot question is worded. So I don't know if we're going to get it up on the screen, but I'll explain what it does. Because okay, here we go. Thank you so much, Devin. So sorry to make this extra hard, but there was the question was sent around to us basically as an agenda item for us to vote on as to the language of the Pierce ballot question. And foolish me thought that meant that if we thought that the question needed to be improved upon, we should suggest improvements to the question. No sooner did I suggest improvements to the question than I learned that actually the select board, apparently the clock has run out for the select board to even have any say over how this question is worded. So I'll accept that, but I would like people to know that the question they're going to see actually does not, within the wording of the question, say the words to replace the existing Pierce School from 1973 with a new school. It simply says that we will, as voters, approve bonds to be issued in order to pay the costs of constructing a new pre-K to 8 school, which includes, and then it goes directly to the historic Pierce building, with no mention of the 1973 building. So it goes directly to, which includes, forget the red language, because that was the language I wanted to add. It's a question to ask voters to approve the borrowing of the money for a new pre-K to 8 school, which includes renovation addition to the historic Pierce School. I was going to be even more specific and say dating to 1855, so people would know which one we're talking about. And I was also going to add, and facing Pierce Street. And then it goes on to say, and other site improvements, including blah, blah, blah. So I just thought, well, this is a strange wording of the question. You wouldn't know based on the wording of the question that we're talking about the 1973 Pierce building, which faces School Street. Apparently, we can't improve the question with that information. So, what you see in black is what you're going to get as the question, not what you see added in red.
Okay,
So I don't think there's much risk that people think that this is about building a school at Baldwin.
No, I don't think sarcasm is called for here. I think, a question should be explicit. when it asks for, upwards of $170 million, if you don't mind my saying so.
No, I apologize for the sarcasm, John. I was trying to be humorous, and if you take it as sarcasm, I apologize.
Yeah, don't talk about Baldwin. That's a touchy subject for some.
That was why it was a wisecrack. I think it's clear to voters. The whole discussion has been about Pierce. So, and anyway, we can't change it. So here we are.
I will say that town council has said, any clarifications that you may want to make can go into the summary that the Office of Town Council prepares. Right, there is now that you've passed that new law, town council prepares a brief summary of what it does. What the issue is, what a yes vote would do, what a no vote would do, and then you have the two community-based 150-word blurbs in favor and in opposition to, and those get printed,
Okay, so
on there.
Okay, so that addresses, at least to some degree, John's concern. And town council knows what we want to put in that summary.
Yes, he does.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion here? Nothing else on cannabis? Let's end this discussion then and move on to the next item on our agenda, if that's
Well,
okay. with
is it
everyone.
possible we're ready to vote tonight on the cannabis language, just to relieve the folks who came here tonight of any concern that,
I think generally speaking, your policy is you vote on them the week after you hear them. There's nothing stopping you necessarily.
But, well, we didn't put it on the agenda as a vote, as I don't believe so.
No, you didn't. You didn't. But your calendar language ostensibly covers you if you needed to. But
What do you mean calendar language?
I don't. I don't want to slow things down. But long story short, the language at the top of your calendar always says review and possible vote on the following items. So that covers you in the event.
Oh, it does. Okay. I guess, the question, I mean, I think that we can do it, and it's probably would be a good idea, except
take it
Marion's
off the
not here.
table. People tend to imagine, bad.
Joe's got his hand up though. I want to think of
Joe?
council.
I'm sorry to weigh in, but if you don't take them as a package and you vote this question, that triggers the 5318B. And then in one day you have to give it to me. In 7 days I have to get it to proponents, and then 7 days after that they have to get me the language. So I would ask that you take them all up in a package. Exactly.
Okay.
I think that's
Thanks, Joe. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Good thing you were here.
Yeah, well, it makes our life a little more difficult, but that's all right.
Please tell
Okay.
people we have no other purpose in delaying a week on this.
Yeah. Okay, so let's thank you, everyone. We'll review and digest everything we've heard today, and be ready next Tuesday to vote on these ballot questions.
Hey, Bernard.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I forgot one really important question, and this just isn't my question. It's a question a lot of people have been asking me. We have seen specifics as to what would be the consequence of not approving under the town override question. There's an item which basically is to cover a budget gap, and the consequences of not covering that budget gap would be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, it's listed, all of the things that would have to then not be funded in the budget if we didn't cover that budget gap. I haven't seen, and I don't know if anybody has seen, a similar accounting for what would be sacrificed if there was a failure by the voters to approve the $5,800,000 under question in the school override.
Right.
And that's the sort of that's the part of the school override that is essentially a gap in the budget. And then there's several other items, adding up to another, I don't know, 300,000 or so. 300, 400,000 or so, that would go beyond that. But I'm talking about that gap item, $5,801,927 last time I looked. And I don't know any of the detail of that. I don't know, if I'm for all of it or, for some of it, but not all of it, until I see what the details of what would be sacrificed if we didn't approve it.
Yeah, David Perlman, Chair of the School Committee, do you have anything to
Yes. Hi, John. So
enlighten
we
us with?
Hi, David.
have a presentation on this at our February 14th meeting regarding the implications of if an override were not to pass. Roughly speaking, we would have to make either significant programmatic adjustments and or potential layoffs. And so the reason we don't get super specific is we don't want to unduly scare people about what might happen. But the reality is, and we have this in as part of our slide presentation, that if we still have an approximate $3 million gap after the 1.85 million or so that we are already looking to reduce, that would potentially amount to about a 5% cut in FTEs for Unit A, which are classroom educators. That would be a possibility. It's not the only possibility, but we would be looking at orders of magnitude that are quite significant that would have impacts on our classroom learning, certainly.
Hey, David, when do you have to give notice to staff of possible layoffs?
That's usually in May.
Okay, but late May, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So potentially 5% cut in Unit A. That's pretty much it. I mean, that's
No,
all.
that's
we
not
know.
pretty much it. That's in addition to 1.85 million in cuts that we have already been committed to making, irrespective of this.
But but that won't be in an override amount. The second amount, you're already cutting.
The 1.85 million in cuts we're committed to making regardless, because we want to be good financial stewards. So that's no matter what happens with the override, we're committed to a reduction of 1.85 million. But if the override does not pass, then there would be an additional approximately 3 million that we would need to cut. And it becomes very difficult because that essentially means making very large programmatic adjustments. And whenever you make a programmatic adjustment, there are personnel implications. It's important to remember that 87%, over 87% of the school budget is personnel.
Is it possible to just give a little bit more explanation as to what a programmatic adjustment is?
Well, that could mean that a certain non-core program ends up reduced. That's not something that we would like to do, of course, because that impacts the diversity of course offerings that our students receive. There are certain requirements that a public school system must always offer, and those obviously cannot be cut. So it would need to realistically be something that's outside of a core subject area.
And is the plan to actually disclose that list of the programs that would have to be cut, or just to leave that to people's imaginations?
Well, it's not really people's imaginations. I think people know what core subject areas are. So it would need to be something outside of a core subject area. But we also need to look at where retirements might take place, where there might be some natural areas for adjustments. And we're just not quite at that juncture at this time. So rather than needlessly creating panic, we're going to let the process play out a bit longer.
Oh, but we might know by the time of the ballot question.
It's possible we'd have a better idea, but we want to preserve all options. So once we have a better idea of who might be retiring, where priorities might shift, we would also need to notify staff before making any announcements out of respect to them.
Okay. I mean, I totally respect all of these requirements that involve notification of staff, but it just feels a little weird to me that, we're saying, we want you to approve $3 million plus in an override, or else we'll have to cut some programs that you'll have to use your imagination as to what they are,
Well, again, I don't really agree with that characterization because
I didn't
what core
think you would.
subjects are. Core subjects, to spell those out, would be
Okay,
math,
okay.
language arts, social studies, science, etc. So it would
But
be
it would not
outside
be
of there.
those. It would not be those.
Right.
Right.
Well,
So
there could be reductions in terms of classroom teachers, which would mean that class size increases, could also mean reduced services for our students.
yeah, but I'm just saying you listed a lot of core programs. I just want to be sure people understand those would not be cut.
Well, they wouldn't be cut wholesale because we have to obviously offer instruction in those areas, but there are individuals who work within those departments who could potentially be laid off if we're forced into that position. And we hope that we won't be in such a position. It's already a very difficult task to be reaching that 1.85 million mark, which we really took upon ourselves. That wasn't any sort of external pressure from the select board. You haven't been saying go down 1.85 million, but we're looking at current realities and we're trying to shift our allocations in order to fully fund our priorities so that we can maintain current efforts.
No, I've been watching the school committee meetings and I don't think even the school committee has had a discussion of what's in those programmatic reductions, right?
On a detailed level, not quite yet, because those decisions are yet to be made, because the needs are constantly shifting and we'll have more information as the year goes on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, so let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the warrant for the annual town meeting. But this item will be delayed until we get an answer from the legislature as to whether we can hold our town meeting as a fully remote town meeting. So we don't have to talk about that. And the final set of items are warrant articles, public hearing. Melissa, are you gonna lead us?
Bernard, before we go into the public hearings on the articles, I think it would be just good to review the warrant that has been filed. So last week, the warrant closed at noon on Thursday. We had several warrant articles that were filed. The only issue that we're normally the board would be executing the warrant tonight. So what we are asking the board to do is delay the execution of the warrant for a week in the hopes that we'll have more information on the remote town meeting. There's an issue where if we executed the warrant tonight and then the legislation passed, we wouldn't be able to take advantage of that. So we're trying to give ourselves a little bit more time to see if it will play out in order to provide the option of a remote town meeting. But that's still, the timing of the legislation is still uncertain. But we thought that a delay of a week would be, warranted given where we are.
Given the legislature in this state, what is the deadline for signing the warrant? The latest date we can do it.
The warrant says as soon as practicable.
Oh, that's right.
And so we've had delays before due to holidays where it's been a gap of a week. So I felt like that was, not atypical. So we'll see where we are at the end of the week. And then if there's no movement, we'll make a recommendation on whether or not we're ready to execute the warrant. I know that delays a lot of the public hearing processes. And so we just need to be mindful of making sure that we hold public hearings once we have an executed warrant. What I would recommend for the items that we have on the next calendar item is to hear them out, and then we'll probably have a catch-all hearing, especially for the regular routine articles that we generally would be comfortable voting, sometimes the night of the public hearing, just so that we're complying with the bylaw on that. So I can just review.
Okay, so you're saying that we're not going to hold a public hearing on the 5 warrant articles?
I think it's worth having the presentation from the petitioners who are here on the articles, but we'll likely notice a catch-all public hearing for these because after the warrant is executed, that's typically when you'd be holding your public hearings.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
So if I can interrupt with a point, I think I'm probably not alone in town in wanting not to have a remote meeting. So I'll stop there. I just wanted to make that point that even if the legislature passes passes the permission for us to continue with remote meetings, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to. It just means that we can if we want to, and whether we can is an open question.
Right,
Whether we want to,
there's-
rather, is an open
There's
question.
still a process that the board would need to follow. So, if the legislation passed and the moderator wanted to ask the board to have a remote town meeting, the board still would need to vote that. And then ultimately town meeting would need to decide the first night whether or not they would like to do it as well.
I don't know if Mike heard me, but I wanted him to know he's not alone.
Uh-oh.
So if I could just quickly run through what got filed and then we can jump into the next calendar item, I think, just to give you a sense of what's out there. I mean, you're probably already familiar with a lot of it because it has been included in the packet, but the first 6 articles are the standard articles that we typically file for wood and bark, collective bargaining, compensating balances, closing out of special appropriations, unpaid bills, and the doubling of certain property tax exemptions. Article 7 is the budget. Article 8 is the CPA budget as submitted by the committee. And then Article 9 is a petition to increase the number of registered voters required for filing warrant articles. Article 10 is a petitioned article to require lead petitioners for warrant articles. Article 11 is an amendment coming from CTOS on the question of select board and advisory committee public hearings and recommendations. Article 12 is looking for rotation of the audit team to be formalized within the general bylaws. Article 13 is a petition to establish an Office of Housing Stability. 14 is a change on for the zoning bylaw on developer payments to the Housing Trust. Article 15 is the town's participation in the Mass DOER pilot program for the Stretch Energy Code. Article 16 is a change to the zoning bylaw to create a new district for multifamily housing, I believe. Kara can correct me if I'm wrong. That will be taken up at a later time anyway. Article 17 is looking to increase the number of the cap on the retailers, the cannabis retailers. Article 18 is a petition to increase fines for refuse storage and removal. Article 19 is to create a Black and Brown Commission. 20 is to a general bylaw regarding reproductive health and gender health access and equity. Article 21 is for human trafficking around hotel in-holder requirements. 22 is a home rule petition for ranked choice voting coming out of the ranked choice voting committee. 23 is a resolution around in-car and body-worn cameras. And 24 is a resolution regarding the MBTA Community Act. So 24 articles in total.
Well, that's an improvement over last year. Okay, can we move on to the warrant articles that we scheduled for today? Okay, and you're suggesting that we let the petitioners make their presentation and we have the hearing at a later point.
I think you can still take public comment tonight, but I would, as a kind of boot and suspenders measure, I would have a hearing after the, notice another hearing after the warrant is executed.
Okay, but this is noticed as a hearing, so if we're going to take comments, I think we should.
I think you should, doing it twice, I think is fine.
Okay, I'm suggesting we not do it twice. That we have the hearing, if we're going to take comments, we have the hearing tonight. And then in the future, vote.
Right, but if you want your vote to be included in the combined reports, I would recommend that you do it after the warrant is executed.
Right.
So that you're complying with the bylaw.
Yeah. But we vote after the warrant's executed, not hold a hearing after, or is that?
No, you need to, in order to have a recommendation that you're taking a vote on, you have to have a public hearing.
Okay, got it.
Very, very short. You can have it, you can open the public hearing, say, we already had a conversation about this. Does anyone have anything else to say? Then you can close the public hearing and be done with it.
Okay, so let's start off with the wooden bark.
Sure. So wooden bark is an annual article that's filed. It's a requirement that be the first article at the annual town meeting. And the board appoints the measures of wooden bark when they do the annual appointments in June.
Great. Okay. Do we want to take comments or just wait till the end?
Let's wait till the end, which hopefully is close.
Okay, yeah, so I'm hungry.
Mike, aren't you glad you showed up at town hall?
Well, it's okay. No, I mean, somebody's got to keep Chaz and Devin company and Blink.
Okay, any questions about wooden bark? Wouldn't you know? No questions. That's the best I can do. Compensating balances.
So this is another annual article that basically will allow the treasurer to make arrangements with banks to provide deposits with the banks in order to avoid bank charges.
So we get no interest, but we also pay no fees.
Correct.
Unpaid bills, unless there are questions regarding that. Okay, unpaid bills, any unpaid bills?
As far as I'm aware, there are no unpaid bills. So we always have this as a placeholder in case there's an issue that develops that where one is uncovered. But as of right now, there are none.
Okay. I assume there are no questions about that or comments. Property tax assessments. This is
So
an annual article too, right?
Yeah, and I don't think that Rashid is still here. So I would just ask that he be promoted so he can present the recommendations of the Board of
Oh,
Assessors.
poor Rashid. Yeah, here in the room. Board of Assessors.
Evening, Rashid Balasin, Chief Assessor.
Good evening.
Won't take too much of your time. This article is has been recommended by the Board of Assessors and passed by town meeting every year since fiscal year '89. It proposes to allow for additional exemptions to up to 100% of the already granted exemptions. The program for fiscal year '24. The program will cost approximately $41,025. And it's funded through the abatement overlay reserve account.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, discussion about that?
I just want to point out that Rashid was actually here in the hearing room with us and is sitting in his office. So he too was keeping us company.
It was.
And keeping them out of trouble. Okay, let's see, amend, okay, this may require a little more discussion. Amend Article 5.9 of the town's general bylaws to amend the Stretch Energy Code in accordance with Mass Department of Energy Reserves pilot.
So this is the DOER pilot program, but given the lateness of the hour, we sent Kara home. So we can bring her back when you're ready to talk about this in a little bit more detail after the warrant gets executed.
Okay, we'll do that.
No,
Pardon me?
actually, I see her still in the attendee list. So I thought that we I think we told her that we would put this off for another week.
Okay, and there's nothing to be gained by taking this up right now, as opposed to ending the meeting.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion of any of these? No?
Nope.
Okay, let's move on to the next item, which is ending the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 10:23.
I take half of all responsibility for the lateness of the hour.
Yeah, we'll give you demerits.
I talked too much.
Yeah, a lot of discussion from the community that I think was very valuable. So that's what it means to be a select board. Okay, so the meeting is over.
Great.